Good evening, welcome to the Goffstown Planning Board's regularly scheduled meeting for this evening. We normally begin our meetings with a roll call. We'll start with Dave Pierce.
Dave Pierce, I'm an alternate member.
Richard Freeman.
Barbara Griffin?
Brian Mazer.
Colleen Mayu.
Tim Redmond.
Scott Ozana, Town Engineer.
Philip Devanza.
Mark Lemay, Select Board Rep.
David Brown, Alternate.
Joanne Duffy, Planning and Economic Development Director.
Thank you everyone for being here.
Are we doing the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure.
Yeah.
We made a motion at the last meeting to start doing it.
Right.
Brian, you lead.
All right. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Woohoo! All right, first time in planning board history.
Yes.
So, before we begin any business tonight, I think it's only fair to inform any of the folks that are here tonight for the conceptual review of the Acorn Drive Sage Court project that's on our agenda tonight. This is a conceptual review only tonight. It is a part of a process, and the process is you have a conceptual review for what this applicant wants is a open space subdivision. The yield plan, what we're going to see tonight, is the first step. It just shows how many houses could be built on a conventional subdivision, and then there's a yield plan that talks about the what they can do. So, just so you know, we will not be having public comment tonight from anyone in the crowd. You're welcome to stay and listen, but I don't want you to stay for an entire meeting and then be upset if you can't speak tonight, because the actual application will be heard at another meeting when the final plan that the developer wants to present is presented to the planning board. And that meeting, we will have public comment available. So this is our process, and I don't know if anybody was informed of the process or not, but you're welcome to all stay and listen, but as I said, there'll be no public comment tonight. Mr. Pierce.
Would it be safe to say that this conceptual review might be an hour and a half to 2 hours away?
I don't know what to say. We have a bunch of applications. We have 4 applications ahead of it, so it's going to be a while. I try to run a quick meeting so that everybody can go home, but when you have a large agenda, sometimes it's time to get through it. So everybody has been duly warned tonight so that I don't waste your time. So, first item on the agenda is the approval and/or correction of the minutes of our July 25th meeting.
Motion to approve.
We just got them tonight. Does anybody want to defer them until they have a chance to read them?
They were emailed.
They were emailed to
I don't do email, buddy. I'm a paper guy.
Second.
Motion's been made to approve the minutes as presented. Phil? As presented? Okay. Second by Richard. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion passed.
Abstain.
Brian abstains. All right, the next thing is irrelevant. Southern New Hampshire planning dues.
The town administrator just wanted to make you aware of what the dues were for the following year.
Well, go ahead and give a report then. We could
We
do
get this every year.
We could do it at the end of the meeting if it's going to be long, Joanne.
No, there's no report. He just wanted to let you know that this is the cost for
Per capita.
it's per capita, and this is the cost for our membership with Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission.
So that's included in our packet tonight?
That is included.
Thank you. If anybody has any questions or comments about that, you can see the planning director after the meeting. So we have an old business item to start with. Joanne, could you please give a rundown?
Yes. So, this application was continued from the July 25th meeting, and it was basically because there were some comments from the DPW department, the town engineer, regarding drainage. He had some issues with that, and he has comments tonight that are not in your packet, but there are comments on page 5 for staff recommendations for conditional approval. But before we get to that, I think Scott should tell us where we're at with the drainage report.
Sure, so I had some previous comments on the drainage report relating to the size of the drainage trenches compared to what was actually in the drainage report. George and I, George from Bedford Design, have been had some back and forth, and I think we're getting close. It's not there yet. He sent us another iteration last week, which I was just able to look at this morning. But I think if you're all comfortable with it, I think he and I can work through this administratively. The comments is smaller anyway. The issues are smaller.
Okay, we'll talk about that at the end of the discussion. Thank you,
Sure.
Scott. Joanne, go ahead.
That's all I have to say. The staff recommendations for approval do include number 16 on page 6, which states all DPW comments included in the staff report dated August 1st shall be addressed to the satisfaction of the town engineer.
Okay.
Question.
Barbara, go ahead.
If this came before us 3 nights ago, not sequential, but this is the third time we've heard
3
this.
meetings ago.
Thank you. And it was clear from the first meeting that the driveway and the drainage were an issue. That was it.
Yeah.
So-
that's been the holdup.
That's been the holdup. And I see they have the drainage maintenance agreement, so
Mhm.
that's been done. I'm assuming that's ours, Joanne, or?
We have that.
Okay. So my concern with this, knowing the property and the land and having some memory of the original subdivision, is that this all happens the way it's supposed to, because this isn't going to impact private property, it's going to impact public property.
Somewhat. Sure.
Somewhat?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a large wetland that this drains to.
Right, behind.
Yeah, so it's behind, and then that crosses under 2 driveway culverts, or that wetland basically drains to 2 driveway culverts downstream, and then ultimately crosses, well, not Addison, but Shirley Hill.
Shirley Hill, down at that big
So it
culvert.
ultimately this report doesn't look that far. What we asked them to do is look at where the water leaves the site, and we make sure that more water isn't leaving the site after it's been developed than there was leaving the site before it was developed.
And
So
when,
that was my concern with it before.
okay. So, given what we know, what can occur down the road in regards to building and abutters, and the driveway, I guess, is more in the cut, is more the road right-of-way than the drainage. Do we have any ability to have a third-party review that this is in fact built the way it has been spec'd? Because I don't know that that should fall on
We
us.
have, I believe one of the provisions is, yep, site inspection by town or town's representative. So we can have, I mean, that's one of our comments.
Okay,
We will
so-
have, we'll have a third party inspect.
So
and
we
make
can
sure it's
change this to a
constructive.
third-party representative.
Yeah, I mean, it says town or town's representative.
Well, I don't, but who gets to pick? So I guess what I would.
You can change it to just town's or a third party.
Third party,
representative.
okay.
That's perfectly fine with me.
Because it's like, on page 4, number 4, it says general plan conformance, erosion control, and drainage, so you can.
I understand, but I also am aware from history of when things have become problems and who gets drug into it, and the town should not be involved in what I consider to be a major drainage issue.
I agree.
Thank you.
So we can discuss that, number 4, for the,
It looks like it's.
7.
Conditional approval.
Page 5.
well, I've got it on DPW engineering comments on page 4,
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, it's a couple of places. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
and that's number 7 on 5. You can amend those, the wording of that. Bill?
Yeah, just for Scott. Scott, I'm assuming that this winds up in Mystic Brook?
I'm not familiar with the name. of
Yes,
this
that's the
thing.
Shirley Hill Road.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. yeah.
likely then. So ultimately, all the water goes down to
Right.
where that sharp corner is at the bottom.
Right,
Yeah.
right, but okay, but it does wind up.
Mhm.
Scott, we talked at the last meeting about water leaving the driveway and entering the road. Was that addressed to your satisfaction?
Yeah, the grading is, the driveway pitches all to, I mean, if you're facing, well, I don't have the plan directly in front of me, but it all pitches to one side. On that one side is an infiltration trench, and then beyond the infiltration trench is actually just like a standard V trench. So that all directs away from the road toward the bottom of the driveway, not right at the bottom of the driveway. It directs it toward the wetland to the
So the driveway,
distance to the west.
so those drainage features are not dumping into the drainage swale on the edge of the town road?
They are not, no. Which was one of my initial concerns.
Fine. So the only two items that we have to address, Joanne, is so the only items that we were left over was the drainage and what was the other one?
Just-
Drainage and something
It
else.
was just the drainage, and then, we had comments from fire that they're going to sprinkler the property, sprinkler the house.
Okay, so the first question for board members is, before we let the applicant speak, are we going to agree that the town engineer and the applicant's representative can finish these drainage items as administratively? We're not gonna have to have them back here for another meeting. Anybody have a problem with that? Seeing nobody speaks up, I guess the answer is no. All right, so we're gonna let that go administratively. So, at this time, I will let,
One more question.
go ahead, Barbara.
Joanne, maybe you can tell me, or Scott, is in the notes anywhere or somewhere special recognition of the need to loam and seed that gravel area that's over the lot line? It's on the plan
They said they
listed
were
as
gonna-
that.
He
but
said he
is-
was gonna put a note on the plan that it has to be done, I remember
It
correctly.
is, so maybe when he speaks, he can tell me whether it's a number too, or if it's anywhere else. It's on the actual picture sheet one, but I just want to make sure it's somewhere else.
Anybody else have a question for staff at this time? Okay, sir, would you identify for the record, please?
Sure. My name's George Chadwick, tonight representing the client. We're here before the board last month. I think it was like the 25th. If the board all recalls, there was a couple drainage issues that needed to get resolved. Plans were resubmitted back to the town on the 30th. I did get a set of comments on the 2nd of August. I was able to, as Scott had mentioned, make a quick turnaround, and again on the 2nd, submit a revised report to Scott. He did get a chance to look at it this morning, as he mentioned. I believe and fully agree that we can work out the drainage issue. It's a detail, labeling a distance on a detail, and looking at one of the calculations. So I certainly can state for the board emphatically that we can work it out between the two of us. As Joanne mentioned, we did submit the drainage maintenance agreement for the town to review. Since my submittal on the 2nd, we did set 2 of the 3 monuments that need to be set. The one monument that isn't set is the one that's going to be where the wall is being relocated. I can't set that one yet. We also set all the conservation signs, or all the wetland buffer signs. Those are all set as well. And again, we'll work through that. The only other item that was mentioned at the last meeting, according to the minutes and my recollection, was that we needed to add a note to the plan regarding graveling this area of, loam and seeding this gravel area that crossed the property. So we did identify it on the recording plan. There is not a numbered note on the
Okay.
plan.
but this plan is what's being recorded.
I can,
It can be a condition of approval if you want, if you need me to put it as a numbered note on the plan as well, I mean, I can do that. We don't have any problem doing that.
it's a condition of approval as is presented tonight, and
Sure.
It is included as
It's number 15.
and I'll be honest with you, John, or, excuse me, George, these types of items need to be done before the plan gets signed,
Sure.
so that it's done when the plan is signed.
Sure. Great.
Anybody else have any questions at this time from the board?
I just have one question, Joanne. Condition number 10, for lot line adjustments, can that be struck from this?
Oh, that's the carryover.
Just looking
Yeah.
at it right there. Okay.
There's no more questions. George, I'm going to have to hang on for a second.
Sure.
I'm going to open a public hearing for anyone who's here to speak on this application, map 3, lot 27 and lot 27-4. Anyone here to speak regarding this application? Seeing none, I'll close. Excuse me?
Who owns those lots?
Richard Lamb Revocable Trust.
We didn't know where it was.
Oh,
It affected our property.
It's located on the corner of Addison Road and Kennedy Hill.
Thank you.
just for future reference, if someone wants a question answered, we would ask you come up, state your name for the record, and ask your question, and we'll answer for you in the future. Okay, public hearing's been taken care of. Any other questions for the applicant or for staff? How about the number 7, Barbara, in the staff report for conditions of rule?
It just needs to be, my three changes, I think, with what Colleen pointed out, would be condition of approval number 7, site inspection by third party, paid for by the owner. The rest of it would be the same. There is third party provisions and
Is it the town picks the third party, or does the applicant pick the third party?
We
the
typically do.
town.
So it's the town's representative. You want to strike the word town and leave
Town's
town?
representative is fine, whatever Scott,
Or town's third-party representative.
yeah,
Would-
yeah. The town's third party representative, I don't want it to be somebody in town.
Yeah.
Got that, Joanne?
Number 10, as Colleen pointed out,
Number
should be
10 would be
stricken.
stricken.
And number 15 needs to have added to it in loam and seed parcel, the new parcel 27-4.
So someone will go out and look at that, George, to make sure that is done at some point
Sure.
prior to you asking to have your plans signed.
Well, no,
Well, no, but
I
prior
think
to
that
the
would be
CO.
CO, prior to CO.
No, I disagree with that, because once the plan is signed, there's no one to check on it. We've done this in the
Well, that's the
past.
third-party inspection for.
That's why we're doing the
So they can't get the
third-party
CO for
inspection.
the new home if it's not done, is how that.
Well, you like to let it go till the bitter end. Well, I'll leave it alone then. I think it's wrong, but that's beside the point.
I mean, we can
No, I'm
We could
fine.
have somebody from our office go out and look at it prior to that, or,
These are the kind of things that get forgotten, get lost, and then it just never gets done, so.
That's why I wanted to add it to a
Well,
condition, so
yeah.
the third party would know in a couple of ways
I
that have
check
to be
all
done.
of that, and I don't have you sign the plan until every condition is met.
Okay, then we'll leave it as be.
Okay.
So
Well,
I think we
You
need
check it
findings.
before I sign the plan. They can't build a house until they get this
Yeah.
plan signed, and they're not gonna get a CO until after the plan's signed, so it's kind of a reverse program. I'm fine with it. I'm not gonna worry about that. All right, so is there any other changes for this applicant for, at this time? Motion?
First, I think we need a finding of fact, so I'd make a finding of fact that the applicant meets the criteria of the development regulations with the understanding that there are some remaining items to be dealt with administratively with staff on the drainage.
Okay. Thank you for providing us with them, Colleen.
And so, do we need a separate motion on the findings of fact, or do we just want a
You can
motion
roll
on
it
the
into one
approval?
if you
Okay.
want.
So I'd recommend that we grant conditional approval of the subdivision with those stated findings of fact, and subject to the conditions noted in the staff memorandum and with the amendments noted by Barbara.
Second.
Colleen's made the motion to approve with the changes and included the finding of facts, seconded by Barbara. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
The other guy must be back from vacation. How come you're still stuck with it?
They don't want to pay two people to make it.
I think it's easier for me to do it.
Tell him we noticed.
We are going to new business now. You staying, George?
It's mine.
I thought you wanted something else. Joanne, could you please give us a rundown on map 18, lot 42?
Sure. This is a new application for a, where am I? Here, let me get back to the agenda. This is a new application. It is a site plan and conditional use permit that they need for proposal to remove an existing porch from the house and convert this house into a two-family and add an additional 2,260 square feet onto the existing structure for a community center, making this a mixed-use project. The total square footage will be 4,202 square feet. The conditional use permit is required per section 3.11B9 of the ordinance to allow for a nonprofit community center. The property is owned by Jennifer and Scott Weaver and located at 530 Mass Road. So,
There is in your handout on the table tonight, there is a fire department correspondence related to this application.
and I just wanted to note for the applicant that this property, I noticed that you had checked no, that this property is located in the 79E district, which is the revitalization district, which has some tax benefits if they want to pursue that. But they have to do it before the building starts. The existing driveway off Mass Road will be an exit only, and the existing garage will be removed. Staff recommends the application is complete pending one waiver, which is in your packet.
What about what about the regional impact?
I'm sorry, there's no regional impact. The waiver is for section 735, which is asking for a 10-foot, 5-inch one-way driveway width, where 12 feet is required, and that would be the driveway exiting onto Mass Road.
Okay, Barbara, can I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to find the application complete, noting the waiver for acceptance purposes, only the waiver of section 735 of the ordinance for acceptance purposes only, and find that the application has no regional impact.
Somebody speak up? I am. Motion is made to find this application complete, ready to review, no regional impact, with one waiver for discussion purposes only. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion
Who
passes.
seconded that motion?
I did.
Brian. okay.
Brian did. Are you doing minutes?
No, but.
Good. I just want to make sure you weren't doing minutes.
Someone else is, and
That's
I
fine.
have to make sure I have
made
good
sure
We're
words.
all
something
good with
was
that. I
happening.
just wanted to make sure you weren't writing that down.
You were making us nervous, asking who seconded it.
I have to
That's
take
fine.
that down.
I know.
So do I. I've got it right here. Okay. Does anybody have questions for staff before we open this up for the applicant?
Question.
Barbara?
The Goffstown Fire Department memo that we have in front of us dated the 5th, has the applicant seen that?
I believe Patty did send it to
I have
George.
seen it.
You do have it? Okay. And did the driveway change in this application?
The driveway was the same width, it just doesn't meet the requirements for a community
Okay.
center because this was a
All right,
single-family
I was
house.
looking at the revised sheet that came in with the separate cover sheet, and maybe it was just because there was more information on it to deal with the traffic. I'll let the applicant address it. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Scott, do you have anything to add, or would you like to hold yourself until a little later?
I can go over my stuff after
Fine.
George gives his presentation.
Okay. So if nobody from the board has any more questions, I'll ask the applicant's representative to identify themselves and get started.
Good evening. My name's George Chadwick with Bedford Design, here representing the Levers tonight. It's for a project at 530 Mast Road. As staff introduced the project, it is a lot has an existing single-family home that we're going to convert to a two-family home and then add a meeting space to it. We did go through your regulations, and I believe we meet most of them. As staff had mentioned, we do need a waiver of the driveway width. It is the existing driveway that exits the property. It's 10.5 feet in width, where your requirements for commercial development are 12. I did provide in the packets, I believe you may have a fire truck turning movement plan
That was
that does show that the fire truck can make the movement around the house within that paved surface. We also submitted a set of drainage calcs that this town is reviewing. Parking, we are lacking in a few parking spaces, so I will need a conditional use permit for that. The residential use requires 4. The community use requires 11 for a total of 15 spaces. We are providing 9. Although the owner does have properties nearby where she can provide cross easements for overflow parking if necessary. And there is several spots within 500-600 feet of the property that we could park in, or people could park in. I did provide a ITE trip generation traffic memo. I would note, and I noted it in that memo, that this particular use doesn't really fit well within the ITE manual, in that this type of use, I think there was only 2 or 3 uses that were counted to develop the equation to use for this use.
George, can I stop you for a second?
Sure.
We don't know what the use is. It says it's a proposed community center. Could you tell us what the use of the proposed
Sure.
community center would be?
Yep. So what the Levers would like to do is create an area that they can not only bus children in, but have parents drop children off for activities. And what I'm going to do is just read note 1 on the plan, because I think it pretty much describes the activity. The community center will be added to the proposed two-family home. It will offer dance, drama, art, and sports development opportunities to under-resourced children, as well as all other youth in the community who are looking for a wholesome development of their talents while developing healthy friendships.
Thank you. Everybody on board?
Yeah. Jennifer's sitting beside me if the board does have any questions regarding.
Just identify yourself for the record,
Regarding
please.
the-
My name is Jennifer Lever, and I'm the owner of the property.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay.
So like I said, in staff's report, DPW has asked us to answer several questions so that we all can have a better idea of what sort of traffic is generated from this use. And we'll do that. And that may help everyone understand, the number of vehicles coming and going and people in the building and all that. Because I know in the fire department letter, there's been a disagreement between the architect and the fire chief regarding the capacity of the building and how many people and so on and so forth. So we will address all those comments. I know the board doesn't want to get in the middle of it, so we'll address it with the fire department and with Public Works.
We would like to find out the number of people that are going to be in the building as you propose.
Sure.
Or employees and such.
Yep.
Because all that determines parking.
Yep, definitely. We will provide all that information, summarized chart or whatever for you for the record.
And just for the record, off-site parking is, by our regulations, I believe, requires you to enter into an agreement with someone else to provide off-site parking to take care of shortages for your parking. So if that's, I believe that's one of our regulations.
It is.
You may be asked to
To do that.
do that. Because just to say there's parking within 200 feet, that's just sort of a vague statement.
Sure. We will definitely submit something for it.
So you have more to go, please, George, and me know.
No, I think I'll try to make it short and sweet. Sounds like you got a pretty busy night.
So George, why can't you make the 10.5-foot driveway 12 feet wide? Why can't you alter the driveway?
If I alter the width of the driveway, it brings it closer to the property line.
Can't come closer to the building? I'm looking at the building footprint and I see the edge of the driveway.
It can. My question is, if we alter the driveway and it's not pre-existing anymore, do I now have to make it meet the 10 feet from the property line?
Yeah, it's
Good
already,
question.
too close to the property line.
Well, I'd rather grant the waiver for the too close to the property line than I would see the driveway be too small for fire trucks. and such.
parking problem.
That's a different subject. I'm talking about the driveway.
That
Okay,
certainly can be done.
we can consider that as an option.
Sure.
Other board members?
Can I ask about the use, and I guess I'm struggling with the community center because the zoning ordinance has a nonprofit community center, which is, I guess, what we're interpreting this use is.
They didn't state that, though.
Yeah, so I don't know where the interpretation on community center versus, I mean, this almost sounds more like, it doesn't sound like a daycare, which it doesn't sound like maybe it's more of a recreation facility, because I think we would lump like dance studios, that type of thing as a recreation facility. I just don't understand the interpretation on community center
We
versus,
actually have, in the table of uses, there
Yeah.
is not a description, but it's titled,
yeah,
there's one for community center.
for nonprofit community center. So
Because I'm
this is a
looking at
nonprofit.
definitions and I didn't see them.
No, but in the table of uses, it is allowed by special exception
Okay,
in that particular zone.
A
okay.
conditional use permit, but yeah.
I'm sorry, conditional use.
You wanted to know why it was a nonprofit?
So it's a non-profit, because I think the definition says, compares it to like YMCA, Boys and
Right.
Girls Club, so
Well,
it's,
that's what our reg does.
yeah, so that's what,
That's what we were told
This
it
is.
is.
okay.
Because I'm going to be reaching under-resourced kids and at-risk kids. Not that other kids can't join in, but I want them to be able to come without having to pay for dance lessons or music lessons.
So it gets organized as a nonprofit.
Okay.
All right. Question.
Barbara?
I heard two-family, and I see an ADU. So, in the paperwork's
So that's,
reference, so what is,
the
what?
ADU has been removed, and they've decided to turn the single family into a two-family.
Let me tell you why, if you don't mind. Originally, we did submit it as an ADU, but in order to get an ADU in the town of Goffstown, you need zoning relief. So we would have had to go to the zoning board. I think the
We're
board may
nicer?
want to look at their regulations. I mean, now we got a two-family where you could have had a single family with an ADU on it. Sort of counterproductive for the town, but
Okay,
we meet your regulations.
so you're just doing a two-family? Okay.
Yeah, there will be no ADU. It was originally submitted, and it's probably a clerical.
Okay.
I think the fire department mentioned it. in their
Right.
comments. That's when the plans had the ADU on there.
Right. So I just want, and I heard two-family tonight, so I just wanted to make sure I knew what we were talking about. Because it didn't look like an ADU from the plans.
So will you be providing us with hours of operation at some point
We will,
as part of the application?
we will.
Are all activities going to be confined to indoors only, or will there be outdoor activities?
They'll all be indoors.
Okay, because that's, I noticed you have some snow removal area, small area shown on your plan. We generally want to know about that as well as what you're doing with your trash.
Sure. All the trash will be kept internal to the building, similar to
You
we
can
do
put
at
it
our
on,
house.
put it on the note somewhere. These are just things that
Certainly will.
come up to
There is a
mind.
note about trash.
There is,
Yeah, there, it
Private,
says private
okay.
pickup, yeah. I remember reading it
Number
somewhere.
16.
Got it.
16.
Question.
Please.
Do I understand that you were also in a butter? Okay.
I own the property to the right, and
Yeah.
so I
Is
sold
that-
my daycare business
that
in
is a
September.
daycare, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And so they only have access to the parking lot until 5:30. It's part of the lease, and so we have access to that parking lot as well, right next door.
Okay. Because that parking is out front, and I saw that you were the owner, so I wondered
Mhm.
if that had something to do with your parking plan. Okay.
Chair? George, when you observed the fire truck maneuverability, was that with the normal parking spaces full of cars?
Yes, it was. There should be a plan in there that shows the front wheels and the trailing wheels. And you can see
Yeah,
that
yeah.
the nose of the truck does not extend
Yep, thank you.
into any of the 20-foot
It's
parking
one of your
spots.
handouts.
It's one of the.
One of the handouts.
It was one of the handouts, it's a single
Oh,
sheet.
Maybe real small.
Actually, I had it in my
part of
packet,
the package,
I think.
Yeah, I think it came in the
It came in the
packet, that's
packet,
why I was
right behind the
confused
application.
about whether the driveway had changed. Because it looks very different with the fire
I was
truck
hoping to
back.
find it on there.
It's a lot messier.
Yeah.
Did you use a template that was one of the town's trucks, or?
We used a 40-foot truck.
Okay.
I did not contact the fire department to see what their truck is. I certainly will follow up and make sure.
Okay.
It is a normal-sized truck.
So it's
We've
like,
used in
it's an engine,
Bedford.
right?
We've used in Bedford and Auburn and down in Massachusetts.
Okay.
So we've used it on several occasions. I will
Yeah.
confirm the size.
Okay.
Okay, and then there is an, if I can, there's also an architectural plan provided.
We did, and I do, if the chair will allow me, I have a little bit better plan that I can pass around for you that looks
Yeah, because I
probably
couldn't.
similar to what's in your packet, but it doesn't have all the views, it's a little bit
Yeah,
larger.
well, I couldn't really tell what that was.
And it
Well-
shows
Yeah, I'm
the view from
trying to
Preston.
find the sheet that we're talking about. with
The fire truck one?
See the application for development review?
No, I understand, but if the date is the same, why isn't it on the big plan?
I've got it attached to the waiver.
It's a supplemental attached to the waiver checklist form in your stuff you received from Joanne in your packet.
This one here,
Right here, Phil.
Yeah, it's stapled to the back of that.
that's this one, right?
You got it in your
No,
hand.
no, it's
You've got
just
it in
got
your
one
hand.
plan.
See how there's a
Bill, you had it in your hand.
plan
It's the
sheet
last
stapled
page
to
in
that
there.
waiver request?
Okay,
This,
You just had it in your hand. Just
The
look.
waiver request one, yeah, right there. The sheet stapled to that.
that's this one. Yeah, 'cause I looked at this. And then,
George, just for your information, and I don't know if it ever gets really passed on to the applicants, that before an application comes to the planning board for approval, you really should check with sewer commission to make sure there's capacity for you to
I
build this
apologize-
project.
I
because
apologize for doing that.
I'm just saying, you could
We
do all
did,
this
we
work.
already
and
went to
find-
the sewer department, they already approved it. I forgot to mention it in my presentation, I apologize. We did go, it was April 19th, or that's from memory.
You appeared at a sewer commission meeting,
We did. Ellen actually went to it for me, I was on vacation,
so that's why you were there.
and it got approved.
Thank you.
It's my fault.
Very good.
Blame it on them.
So you followed the rules, thank you. Okay,
Question?
Barbara?
If I'm looking at it from Mast Road, the proposed building, what I'm going to see is the community center, and I'm just calling that, portion of the building, because the two housing
all
units
you
are gonna be on the back side.
backside.
So from Mast Road, as I drive by, that's
Oh,
what
I'm
I'm
supposed
going
to
to
pass
see.
this, I'm sorry.
So on
thought it
the
was one.
architectural plan, you have the Mast Road elevation. Do you have any idea where that elevation is as compared to the house that's there now?
Elevation wise?
Yeah, height, how high is it?
Do you know what the exact height is? I can say
Approximately.
that,
Higher than the bridge in the house.
You can see it in this photo, Barbara.
It will or will not be higher than the original house?
It is,
It'll
you can
be,
s-
the bridge of the barn will be 4 foot higher than the bridge of the house,
As it stands there now?
as it stands here now.
so, in the future, Mr. Yaten, if you'd like to speak, please come up and identify yourself and follow the procedure, so you were in this chair, won't you know?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It's in this picture, Barbara. You can see that the gable on the addition is higher than the gable on the house.
I understand, but the house is behind. My question is, as compared to the house now, how much higher is it going to be?
Oh, it's compared to the house now.
Oh, even the height of the house is staying the same with the with the conversion to the two-family? Okay. I guess I didn't understand that. Thank you.
So what are the unresolved issues here tonight, Joanne? Maybe
So
George-
we have to have the fire department check the plan that they've
Turning
submitted for the
radius,
turning
yes.
radius to make sure that that works out okay. And as far as the building capacity, it looks like that hasn't been completely established. That would come from the fire as well. And DPW has several comments, like 38 altogether, that Scott can go over. Conservation has not yet looked at the project. Planning had questioned if it states that if there's not enough snow storage, they will remove it from the site, but it looks like there's hardly any snow storage, so it looks like it will have to be removed every time it snows, like we have a larger storm. The proposed building coverage is 24% and the maximum is 25%. That's just for your information. The site appears to have lots of activities for the 15,207 square foot lot. Crossing the parking area to enter the building could be an issue. If it's busy and people are pulling in and out, there might be some sort of crosswalk or something that can be painted. And the handicap parking space, it seems to be located approximately 10 feet to the entrance exit for the parking area, so I don't know if that's a problem if the, like say for instance, a handicap van is backing up and somebody's trying to pull in, whether that might be a little bit of a problem. And my other question was, what is the relationship between the community center and the residential structure? Meaning, is the residential structure being used as part of what the activities for the community center, or is someone just going to be living in that home?
Okay.
And then Scott probably would like to present.
Alan,
My name is Alan Yaton,
thank you, sir.
and I'll try to answer any question that you might have this evening. But in terms of the use of the house, there's 2 people living in the house there now. It's an efficiency apartment, meaning there's no bedroom, it's a wide open space with a bathroom, a kitchen, and a living space. So it's really not suitable for any more than one person. Secondly, in terms of the fire department, there's still a discussion with the fire department. I'm looking for specifics so I can explain to Jennifer what the requirement will be. He has not given me anything to date, specific reference in the code that requires sprinklers. And I'm still awaiting that. And I want that on the record.
That's for you and the fire department, not us. Between you and the fire department.
Well, it's for us, because we don't have to go by the fire department recommendation.
Oh.
Understood. Okay, so if you have any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
We also asked for a number of people in the building, employees and guests, and the hours of operation as well.
Employees, I've talked to Jennifer when we were doing the programming for the facility. At most is 3. In terms of activity students, 14 to 20. That's it. So the maximum number of people that will ever be in the building based upon the program issues that we've had and discussed is 22.
I forgot to mention one thing. If the children are being bused, there doesn't seem to be adequate space to park the bus.
Not a big bus.
It's
just a
a small
little
one.
transit thing.
Okay.
So kind of keep in mind, like, I was part of a dance place that has the same square footage, and she had total 200 and something students, but no more than 20 would come at once. There was 2 rooms to teach, 2 teachers, and every hour that would change when the new class would come in, so. Kind of Heidi LaRoche's Dance Vision down the street, kind of the same idea. They get dropped off, they do their lesson, they leave, so it's not
Yeah,
like
that's
there's
a
gonna
lot
be.
bigger space, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
Whose is the bigger
Heidi LaRoche's place?
space?
Yeah.
Heidi's?
Yeah.
Probably, so.
A lot more parking
And
though.
and
and
I
it still has
understand there was
parking.
a question about nonprofit. That's her business operations, okay? She doesn't want to run it for money, okay, to make money. She's applied for federal recognition as a nonprofit with IRS, but we're still waiting for that information to
I'm
come back.
almost done the process.
Well, but
And
we
my
can-
childcare center had 25 kids, 6 employees, going, twice a day. And it was never been an issue with my parking there, ever.
Right, but it's understood, we're a planning board for a plan, not for use, so we can put certain conditions on this, but
Mhm.
your use could be profit, non-profit, we're just trying to find
Right.
the
Well-
right category of use.
My concern, and I guess if the zoning ordinance allows nonprofit community center as a conditional use permit, so you're applying for a conditional use permit for this use in this zone, but we also allow gym, dance, karate, similar school or studio as a permitted use in the zone, I didn't understand why you're applying specifically as a nonprofit community center for a conditional use permit instead of just the uses allowed by right, so.
I checked with the zoning officer, which is kind of Derek Horn at this point, and that was the use he gave me, was the community center.
That was a determination
Okay,
that
that
staff
was-
made.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
as a staff made, we submitted the plan and staff did a zoning review,
Yep.
and here we are
Okay.
tonight.
Okay.
I will just say, it sounds like from a site perspective, we're probably gonna be able to work and fit things, except I will say, you're gonna need to do a little work for me to agree that 9 parking spaces is gonna make it. This isn't like Dance Vision down the street where there's parking on Mast Road right there. I think there's a turning lane, but I don't know that I guess you can park there. We've have issues with residences where there's not enough parking just because people tend to have more cars now, I think. I'm not sure that we allow in some cases enough parking. So if you're talking, let's just say 2 residents and maybe, let's say there's 1 person and for 1 car, that's probably a minimum of 3 cars. With 3 employees is 6 cars. So if you're talking 9 parking spaces, That doesn't give a lot of play for what's going on if you have up to, what, 14?
My childcare center also has a,
I understand
three-bedroom
that, so I'm just
apartment
letting you know
attached
that
to-
I think I
so-
might expect to see something a little more formal in regards to what the parking arrangement
so
is
on the
gonna be.
weekends, that, in the evenings is when I probably will be doing anything with the children. I have that extra parking lot as well.
We'll provide a letter to that effect, or some sort of agreement, or whatever we need to.
I think you can
Just,
ask
we'll
Joanne,
work
I know
with
we have
staff.
something else that has
We'll work
happened
with
where
staff.
that had to be done, so.
One thing we did talk about was having the employees park on the daycare lot. Very short walk between
yeah.
the two pieces,
Yeah.
so it opens up more for customers.
Is there a sidewalk on that, is there a sidewalk on that side of the road?
There's
Jennifer?
No.
No, it's on the
Yeah.
opposite side.
No, it's,
No,
there's
it's
one on
not.
that side too. There's
Is
one
Is
on
it a
each
curved
side.
sidewalk? Is it curved?
Yep.
Is it really?
So there's a sidewalk on your
sides.
side of the street?
There is,
And
apologies, there is.
526 also has 2 driveways. So I have the parking lot in the front plus
An entrance.
another 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces on the other side.
On the side
Already.
street.
When the properties are
Marion Street.
separated by a stockade fence according to this print,
Only
I can see.
portion of it is
That's
So-
for the playground for them.
so
where the
you,
playground is.
That's where the
Yeah, front.
stockade goes, yeah.
So you, would you consider creating a sidewalk from your parking lot next door to this site to the?
Yeah, you can walk right through.
Yeah, we could do that,
I'm just thinking of, in
Yeah.
terms of
Little
safety.
walkway,
little
yeah.
walkway.
Just something
Sure.
safe.
Literally 10 feet.
Convenient.
Something to be plowed in the winter and
20
stuff like
feet.
that, sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Demarcation.
And we never had an issue with snow removal in that large parking lot.
You have a lot of lawn, it looks like, all around it.
Not that much.
Okay,
Mr. Chair?
please.
I've done it since,
Yeah. Jennifer, while we're on the subject of perhaps overcrowding the parking lot here, do you anticipate having an agreement with your 2 tenants as to how many cars they can?
yes. Yes, I already have it with my other tenants, so.
What's the number now?
So the number, they have 2. They would have 2.
One
And then
each
the
or 2
ADU,
each?
well, not the ADU, but the smaller one would be 1. And she could even, I'm hoping I have somebody in mind that can oversee the facility.
So 3 of the
Stays
spots
there.
you're saying are going to be dedicated to your tenants, is that correct?
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be there.
Well, leave that alone.
All of them, all of them don't necessarily have to be there.
Okay. So you're going to be coming back to another meeting.
I understand.
Do you have any questions for us regarding what you need to work on?
No. As you're well aware, we need a conditional use permit. We talked about the waiver. Looks like we'll be adding some pavement to the building side of the driveway.
And then you'd have to request a
We'd
waiver.
probably
for
have
the
to request a waiver of being close than 10 feet to the property
Property
line.
line.
Yeah.
Other than that, I wrote down the hours of operation. Make sure the trash removal stands out on there. I know there is a note.
I didn't see it, my fault.
No, that's fine. Confirm the size of the truck with the fire department. Possibly put a walkway between the 2 uses.
That's your choice, I'm just.
Yeah, I
just
think
for
it makes
safety.
sense. And then there is a number of items that I need to work out with staff.
Is September 26th, it's recommended that we do September 26th, which means you need to get the information in on what September,
So, I don't have.
I didn't bring my phone, so I don't have my calendar.
It's basically a
Read
week
that,
of
'cause I'm
Friday
looking at
before
the
the meeting.
calendar.
Or, no, for the staff to review. It's 2 weeks
Yeah,
prior
it's
to
2
the
weeks
meeting.
before the meeting, so the meeting's, I think it is.
2 weeks from now, basically.
So the 12th, it needs to be in by the Friday, the 13th.
13?
So the packets get mailed on the
About a month.
19th, so
About a
it
month
needs to
from
be
now,
in
right?
Can
Today's
you,
August.
so when do they,
12th or 13th.
what date does he have to have his information submitted by?
By
12
the
or 13.
12th, I would say the 12th.
Is that a date you can make, George?
Yeah, it is. That's basically a month from now.
We don't like to have applicants become overconfident and then have to continue,
Yeah.
because people do come to these hearings, and we don't like to have them come and sit and then go home, because they didn't know it was gonna be continued.
Sure. I would just ask that, staff and I work together, and I'm sure we can get this done.
All right, before you leave the table, we do our normal public hearing, and if no one wants to speak, you can stay there. If someone wants to speak, I'll ask you to vacate the chairs. Only if someone wants to speak. So is anybody here to speak about the application here for the levers at map 18, lot 42? Is anyone here for that application tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So you folks can vacate. For the record, your name, sir?
Aiden Hughes,
A-I-D-E-N?
A-N, sorry.
A-N.
Thank
Hughes?
Hughes, H-U-G-H-E-S.
Thank you, Aiden. Go ahead.
So I just want to start off, I'm reading a written piece for the owner of the abutting property, 5 Preston Street.
Which is where? Across or next door?
That is right across the street that is adjacent to Mass Road.
Okay.
So just for the purposes of clarity, it's right here. So it's
Gotcha.
directly across.
Gotcha.
So I'll be reading a piece very quick. I won't waste your guys' time, I promise.
Take your time.
For Daniel Hughes, for context, that is my father. I've grown up and lived in Goffstown for effectively all of my life, and we moved there 2005. I was born in 2002. So, Goffstown Board. My name is Daniel Hughes. I'm the owner of 5 Preston Street in Goffstown, New Hampshire. I'm writing this letter on behalf of my family and the residents of Preston Street, who stand opposed to the building project at 530 Mass Road. We have several serious concerns about this project and would like more time to review the project, the proposed business, and the long-term impact on the neighborhood. While we have several concerns, I would like to just detail a few at this time. The proposed project has an entrance that will be on Preston Street. This has the potential to create significant traffic on Preston Street. So, as our street is a dead-end cul-de-sac, there is no through traffic. Residents on the street only have one way to enter or exit their residences, and a traffic point on that street would create, what is already an incredibly narrow street would create more traffic hazard. In addition, this entrance, where it is currently proposed, faces our porch. It is currently the only part of our property that does not have abutting direct parking or traffic, as we are adjacent to the strip mall, Preston Street, and Mass Road. And if there are cars exiting or entering that lot, there will be lights basically flashing into the house at all times. We are officially requesting this project not be allowed to move forward with the entrance on Preston Street. That is, I believe, the key of the concern that we have. Number 2, on-street parking. Given the road is only slightly wider than 2 cars, any vehicle that stops, parks, idles, or waits outside of the property on Preston Street for any purpose, or use the street as a turnaround, as it is a cul-de-sac, for the business, will make it harder or at sometimes impossible to navigate the road. If a car is stopped on the road for any reason on one side, it already makes the road a 1-lane road. If someone parks on the opposite side at the same time in any close proximity, it makes the road fully impassable, which again, given the road is a cul-de-sac, makes it inoperable to any residents living on said road. If someone parks, since there will not be enough parking on the premises as currently labeled, it is a 9-spot lot, but the town requires it to be 15 spots. It is reasonable to assume that people will have to park on the street for any form of overflow. Given the estimates of up to 22 users at any given time of the property, with the inclusion of employees, not including the family residences, 9 spots seems, obviously that's why we're here, a little bit limiting on the capacity of the property. There are additional issues that concern us, including the hours of operation, which we've already talked about, of course, noise level, and others. I'm happy to discuss these issues in further detail with anyone. I have spoken with Jennifer and Scott, again, not me, my father, and they have assured me that they are happy to meet with any resident of the street and work through all the issues before moving forward with the project. In addition, since we are on a dead-end street, I believe that all residents of Preston Street should be notified of the project, not just the abutters, as this directly impacts their capability to access their homes. This project may have a significant impact on their homes and residential experience in Goffstown. In summation, I request the project be postponed until all Preston Street residents have a chance to understand the project and share their concerns or support. That the board does not approve any plans that include an entrance or exit on Preston Street, and that we are assured cars cannot park on Preston Street that use the Mass Road 530 facility. Thank you for your attention to the matter. Best regards, Daniel Hughes. And I just wanted to add, in addition to that, I obviously believe that the benefit of the cul-de-sac has always been that because there is no through traffic, it's always been a place where, as I was growing up, and there's even kids there now, we use the street primarily as a place for bikes. At the cul-de-sac, there's always a lot of chalk, so if there's a lot of kids down there. It's a lot of non-car traffic exists on Preston Street, and I believe that needs to be considered, given that while adjacent streets have the opportunity to exit the road via an alternative matter, being that it is a cul-de-sac, Preston Street does not possess that capability. So the key being the entrance on Preston Street could cause, I believe will cause, significant hazards and inconveniences for all members of the road.
Thank you.
Could I get a copy, or can I take that?
Yeah, it's the only one, but
I can make a copy and send it to you.
Well, I don't need another copy, but if anyone else from the board
Okay.
would like another
No,
copy.
it's just so she can put it into the record now.
Perfect, yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for myself?
We don't answer questions, we take comment from you.
Oh, okay.
You just tell us what you'd like to say and we consider your testimony.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak on this application? Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Didn't see that man.
Hi, my name is Faisal Ahmed. I'm the resident of 9 Preston Street,
See that across the street?
just next to 5 Preston, where Aiden just explained
Can
all
you
the
spell your name?
Faisal.
It's on the plan, Joanne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
She's number 9 Preston Street.
yeah, 9 Preston Street. And as he mentioned, all the issues, we talk about his father and all 3 neighbors. So I agree what he says, so I don't want to repeat all the items that he told you already. So the main concern is the parking entrance from the 9 Preston, is opposite of my house. So, and I see a lot of kids on the Stadium Street. They're biking and walking around, and it is a big concern.
Thank you.
And also another thing is the 9 Preston Street and the 8 Preston Street. I mean, both sides need a 8 feet high, fences. If board approved for this plan, other than the parking, entrance.
Could I ask him to just say what he said about the fences again? I didn't quite
Are you asking
understand
for
that.
fences to be installed, or what are you saying?
Fence both sides, like the Preston Street in front of my house and Aiden's and the 8 Preston Street. So the way, if this is a business,
Oh, so you would
community
like a fence put up?
fence put on,
Okay.
8 feet high, so it's complete, there is no
Lights.
lights or
Okay.
anything coming, yeah.
Light pollution.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to look up when I say, is anybody else like to? Anybody else like to speak? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Andre Garcia. I am the resident of 8 Preston Street, directly to the west of the proposed project. We share similar concerns, and we've spoken to the neighbors as well. I have a family myself with a child 3.5 years old, with one on the way. And our concern is just the quiet enjoyment of our existing property, which is directly to the west with a 4-foot stockade fence with a parking facility, or the parking spaces directly abutting our property line. If it's going to be used as a community center, our primary concern is that there's going to be cars idling there waiting for folks coming out for their kids. And if it's a youth community center, they're obviously the exhaust is going to be going right into our yard. The plan shows for a 4-foot stockade fence. As Faisal mentioned, that would have to be considered to at least an 8-foot to prevent, anything coming onto our property. In addition to that, our primary concern regarding it is the traffic. We moved recently to the property back in December. We're newly residents of Goffstown, and the primary reason that we moved to Goffstown was schools, the quality of living, youth, education, and the residential area of a cul-de-sac, and being able to, enjoy that. So our concern is that adding traffic to that street is obviously going to impede that purpose of why we moved to Goffstown for that residence. So. Other than that,
Are you good?
That's good.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any more hands in the audience,
If I may,
please?
should I restate my name?
You can do it if you like.
Aiden Hughes.
Yes, you need to, because some of this is getting downloaded now, so you need to.
Aiden Hughes.
Got it, Dave.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, one of the concerns obviously with parking that I had forgotten to go into, given that the town's expectation is a 15-spot parking area, 9 spots are selected. The applicant previously claimed that 3 would be committed to residents. That leaves us obviously 6 spots in the current plan. One of those is a handicap spot, which we cannot assume is general use, I would argue. There's no guarantee that spot can't be accessible if 5 people are parked in the other spots and a non-handicapped user comes up. That would create a massive issue. So reasonably speaking, there's 5 spots and a handicap spot with 22 expected users, including 3 employees. That commits another 3 spots of the 5 remaining non-handicapped spots to employees. That relieves remains 2 non-handicapped spots for I believe the range was 18 to 20 members of the community center. So that would assume for every 10 people using the community center, they traverse there in a car, 1 car per 10 people. A bus obviously alleviates that issue, but if a bus is not there, or if people are being picked up from the community center at alternative times, that is going to lead to the, if they're bused in and parents need to pick up children from the community center at times that maybe they're not being bused out, if only 2 spots that are non-handicapped are available to those parents to pick up, people will park on the street. Residents currently, many of the driveways on Preston Street are not very large. There's not many multi-car garages. So it's, or any, in some instances. So many residents sometimes already use the street as an emergency or overflow parking for if they have family gatherings, events like that. And again, with it being a cul-de-sac, if there's 10 cars lined up for people, not only does that does that cause issue with residential parking, given the spot of the property, if there is a bus or anything waiting at this stop sign and cars are parked here, not only does entrance or exit to Mass Road or Preston Street, become impossible, access to my primary residence becomes completely inoperable, as would be equivalent if there are members parked here waiting for their children to get out of the community center. I cannot access my driveway for my house. And that would be, so obviously the big, I think the primary concern is the lack of an access on Mass Road, and seeing if that is an option. Initially, I think that's the first step that I think many of the members of Preston Street have as a request. And again, many were not made aware just because that's not the way it needs to be done. And given it's a cul-de-sac, I would like to just reiterate that I think they should be by formal matters, just so they can vocalize any opinions they may have in support or against. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Sir?
John Pavelis. Just wanted to state for everyone that the importance of cul-de-sacs. It's the reason why we purchase homes sometimes. It's the reason why we let our kids out there. And I can't stress that enough. Thank you.
Excuse me, could you ask him to spell his name, because we're having
John,
this
could you
down?
spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, John, J-O-H-N, Pavelis, P-I-L-V-E-L-I-S. Thank you.
I almost got it.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? No hands, last call? Okay, we're gonna close the public hearing this time. Okay,
I have a question for the applicant.
Barbara, please.
The public comment reminded me of a question I had when I looked at this. Why does the Preston Street access have to be two-way?
I guess it doesn't. We did it for convenience purposes for the people who parked in those parking spaces. Usually you try to get to the main road on the quickest road you can, but I guess it probably doesn't have to be two-way.
I thought of that when I looked at it, because
Sure.
it's sort of tight anyways.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying there might be, but when you're looking at the parking, you might look at the traffic flow, see if you might want to have a time restriction for entering and exit. We've done that in a couple of places around here where, you know, it's one way through. And I get wanting to if you want to make a left-hand turn onto Mast Road from this site, you'd rather do it from Preston Street than a driveway. I mean,
Right.
I just understand that, but I don't know. You just might.
Yeah.
It
That
was
would
a
help
question
with
I
the
had.
headlight
And then
issue
you
across
wouldn't
the
need,
street.
it would alleviate the headlight issue and you wouldn't need a waiver.
It's certainly a consideration, but in my initial discussions with planning, they would like to have a two-way.
We don't always get along, planning and I.
I know that, but I mean, that's the reason for it.
No, I understand that there's a benefit for having the exit, and if you're a resident there, it's, like I said, it's easier to come out on Mast Road on Preston than it is from a driveway.
It came about because there is a driveway that's 25 feet from the corner of Preston Street, which is not allowed by your current planning department or zoning, because it's too close to the existing intersection.
That's the existing driveway?
Yes, because that's,
So you're minimizing the use of that?
that house used to be part of Bernard's Chicken Farm,
Okay, yeah.
okay?
Oh, no.
Huh?
And
Interesting.
that driveway existed before they did the subdivision.
Okay.
Well, I don't think Barbara's suggesting that you reintroduce that entrance. She's saying reduce the one on Preston Street to one way.
To one way in.
Yeah.
Create,
Well, we certainly listened to that, but when we first looked at it and discussed it
No, I
with
get what
planning, they suggested two-way.
Okay.
you know, the board's suggesting something different, it sounds like.
I'm just asking the question.
We're listening.
If I can just, I
Wait a
know,
minute. Brian threw his hand up before you spoke. Brian, go.
Well, I have a question. For the under-resourced programming, what's the community you're pulling from? Goffstown, Manchester?
Yep, both. I volunteer at Roca Kids Club now, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of kids that have these talents in them, and they have no place to express them. I'm sure there's some in Goffstown that would be available to whomever.
Yeah, I'm just curious if this could be mostly bus traffic or car traffic. Any sense on that? I mean, I don't think we know.
I mean,
but-
I'm not, when we say bus, I'm not a big bus or anything, just like a 15
Passenger.
passenger
Yeah.
van or,
Yeah.
and there's also the city bus that goes to Fun City area that
Right.
they could be walked over.
Sure.
And, I mean, we take kids now to different places from Roca Kids Club to like summer camps and stuff like
Right.
that. And it's, people pitch in and drive them and, or they use a 15 passenger van.
Good?
Yeah.
Colleen?
Thank you.
I know staff has a comment to provide a landscaping plan, and I guess I just, and it kind of echoes some of the concerns I'm hearing from the abutters, understanding what the screening is, because there is a requirement for screening between the parking lot and the residential abutter. So I think we require at least a 6-foot fence or some sort of landscaping screening, and so I guess I would, look to be seeing that they're, I can't dimension off the half-size plan. It looks like you're only, 3 or 4 feet from the property line with the edge of pavement, and you've just got that riprap area there, which I'm guessing is for your drainage, but I'm just not seeing any landscaping, so I know that's already a comment from staff. It'd be
Sure.
good to see what the screening plan is gonna be.
Board members?
Sure.
Mark?
I would ask when the portion of the driveways come into play with the fire department, I ask that you bring the tower ladder, which is the biggest piece we have, the longest piece we have, and the next piece being the tanker, which is the second longest piece. Those current fire truck we have now, engine 1, engine 2, and engine 3, are on a much shorter wheelbase. I know they'll get in the driveway, but I have questions about the tower ladder and I have questions about the tanker, that's all.
Can I follow up a question first? As far as the tower ladder goes?
Maybe you can take care of me.
Would you be bringing the tower ladder to a single-story building?
Yes, you can.
You
Okay,
would?
follow-up. Question, one of the reasons it was justified in this town to get the ladder truck, because I remember.
Wait, this is a political discussion.
No,
I don't wanna have
it isn't.
It's starting out like one.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah, it was.
My memory is anything but whatever. So was partially because of St. Anselm's and being able to get to the buildings on St. Anselm's, because those structures are frankly the largest in town in regards to trying to access points. The fact that you would have to bring a ladder truck onto the pavement to get to the top of this building is beyond my comprehension, because I am paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for that ladder truck, and it's supposed to be able to extend further than that building is.
It does.
Well, so all I'm pointing out, and I pointed out that we don't always have to go by the rules, is that I can't imagine that our ladder truck could not reach every point on this built structure from Mast Road or Preston Street.
Okay.
Remains to be seen, thank you, that's all I have to say.
David, you want to say something?
Saying, I would be, same subject, I would be happy if the, when you meet with the fire chief or the safety inspector, that he would recommend what type of vehicle he would respond with.
Sure.
And then then plan accordingly to the truck maneuverability.
Sure.
I think we'll leave it to George and the fire department to find out how long the tower is, and he can put his template in for the right length vehicle and see if it works.
Yeah.
End of story. Richard?
I'm kind of confused here. On the plans here, it says proposed community center. There's already a center there.
No.
No, there isn't. So what do you plan on doing with the water line there?
So the water line, as the Manchester Water Works noted in your report there, we are relocating the existing water service to the house to be around the structure. And if you look at the utility plans, you'll see how that occurs.
Sewer lines.
You're moving the sewer and the water line.
Yeah.
I get it, okay.
It's on the front page, George. You can see it on page...
Yeah, 1 of
Sheet
6.
3, I think, also
Then on
shows
sheet
it.
1 of 6, it's right there, they show it.
The moving.
Anything else from board members?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I haven't mentioned much, but to
Well, maybe you don't need to mention a whole lot.
I'm not. It's not going to be a lot. I heard a lot of concerns about traffic. The traffic report that was submitted was based off of off of a book that kind of gives you ideas of how much traffic certain businesses or homes will generate. And right in the report, it stated that it wasn't the best fit. So I'm asking for a little more information. Basically, how many employees, what time the employees arrive and depart, how many children, how they're getting there, what time they arrive and depart. And that'll give everyone a better sense of how many cars are coming and going and when they're coming and going. And then we can evaluate that with the existing traffic. So we do understand your concerns with traffic. Just, I want you all to know that have concerns with it.
You were short. You were
I told
short.
you I'd be short.
Good job.
All my other comments you guys don't need to hear. We'll figure it
Well,
out.
you still got time to work on it then. Okay.
Motion to continue to September 26th.
Second.
I want to say thank you to the board for taking your time to take a look at these projects.
Thank you. Joanne,
I second that.
do you think we should ask them to waive the 65-day clock at this time?
Yes.
All right, are you willing to waive the 65-day clock, sir?
Yes, we are.
So Barbara made a motion to continue this to September the 26th, was that correct?
Correct.
Anybody gonna second that, or somebody and I didn't hear? You did?
She did.
Didn't hear you.
You just beat out Brian.
Any discussion on the motion?
Two of them have been fighting.
Seeing none, all those in favor of the continuation, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion passes. We'll see you on the 26th.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are going to another new business. This came to us in a conceptual prior, right, Joanne?
Yes.
Okay, so everyone, does anybody remember this coming us to a conceptual?
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Just 1 second, folks. Folks, we can hear you in the meeting, so please bring it on the
Bring your umbrella.
You go out in the rain.
Stand in the foyer.
All right. Joanne, map 4, lot 63.
Okay. So this is a new proposal to subdivide Lot 63 into 2 lots. The parent lot would consist of 43, the entire lot is 48 acres. The subdivision would turn the parent lot into 43 acres, and the new lot would be 5.265 acres, which they both meet the zoning. Access would be off of New Boston Road. The proposed driveway will require a wetlands permit. The wetlands were flagged in January of this year. Staff recommends that the board find the application complete with acknowledging that there are 2 waiver requests, and the application has no regional impact, and staff also recommends the applicant agree to waive the 65-day clause.
Barbara?
Is there any regional impact? I forget whether you said that or not.
No, I said no, there's no.
Okay, and there's no,
There are 2
There's
waivers.
2 waivers requests.
One is for the wetlands of the entire site of the 48 acres, and the other is for soil mapping of the entire site. It says engineer site, it should say entire.
All right, I see the application here. I make a motion that we accept map 4 lot 63 application, noting the waivers of the wetlands delineations and the solar map for acceptance purposes only, and finding that it has no regional impact.
Second.
So a motion to find this is complete, ready to review, no regional impact, 2 waivers, discussion purposes only. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstention? Motion passes. Joanne, go ahead and continue with your discussion.
So the planning comments are that the test pits have not been shown, and the proposed septic and well locations have not been shown. And the property card for this lot indicates there are 2 residential buildings on this lot, yet I couldn't find them on the plan, or maybe there are here. I see them now, existing buildings, I'm sorry. They're down by the end of the boot there. Scott has several comments, 17 altogether. The land is in current use, and they would come out once construction starts. There would be fees involved with that. So I do have down here all of the conditions for if you were to approve this tonight. And again, I added a note, addressed all outstanding issues noted by DPW in the staff report dated 8/1. So these comments that Scott has, he would have to tell you whether or not he can work them out with the applicant rather than having to come back again.
Yes.
Question?
Is your name Scott?
No, yes.
Question?
Scott, was Scott going to respond?
No. I didn't know if you wanted me to.
Not yet.
Okay.
Hang on.
I don't see any conservation comments.
Conservation does not meet until the end of the month.
Okay,
So-
because I have a question on this application. I was familiar with this property years ago, so not currently. But I note that poor Mark has been stuck here subbing for Collis, so I can't ask my wetlands question of him. But I noticed that the wetlands were flagged back on January 12th. So, and I understand that there have been state permits applied for, but I have to say, I think I want to see Conservation Commission comments and understand that the wetlands flagging on January 12th is appropriate. But maybe the applicant can address that when we get to them.
You get your chance, 1 minute. All right. Anybody else have questions for staff? Staff have anything for us?
Would you like to hear my?
You can go right ahead. Scott.
So, the majority of my comments were rather small. The biggest issues I had were with the driveway and so there's this proposed stone infiltration trench along the edge of the driveway. Because of the length of the driveway, there's some specific requirements for how wide the hard pack has to be of the driveway for fire access. And that 2-foot stone trench is kind of in that 16 feet that we require, and it's not considered drivable, so you'll have to add 2 feet to your shoulder.
We actually rejected that on another application a while back. That the stone was considered drivable.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is. So, so that'll have to widen. And then the other, the turnaround didn't meet town specification, and I noted in my comment where they can find the turnaround dimensions, center line radii, just to make sure it meets fire's requirements. And then the retaining wall, so that where they cross through the wetland, there's proposed retaining walls on both sides of the driveway, and it's exactly 16 feet wide between the 2 inside edges of the retaining walls, and we need 20 feet clear width
for the fire truck. I spoke to Captain Connor, I almost called him Lieutenant Connor. So I spoke to Captain Connor, and the concern with those, it's not just when the truck's turning, it's also the mirrors and the other pieces hanging off the apparatus. So we just need to make sure that that 20-foot clear is met. I think those are your biggest hurdles because you've already submitted a wetland permit, and honestly that could affect your wetland impact if you have to widen it. So
Right.
those were the biggest concern I had. Everything else was pretty straightforward. So
How long is this driveway?
800, it looks to me.
yeah, it was well over what we require for a turnaround. So
And how tall are those
816.
retaining walls you spoke of, Scott?
they're not extremely tall. They're approximately 4 feet,
Do they
4.5
fall under
feet.
the engineered requirement for a wall?
Actually, 4 feet and above is required, a building permit at least in town.
So are
So
these, do
Well-
these meet it, or are they just, as
I
proposed,
think-
just under it?
That's not my
I
question.
think they're over 4 feet by the looks of this.
That's not my question. Any wall over a certain height has to be an engineered wall. And I don't know what the height is, and I'm asking you for the,
I don't know that answer.
so we'll have
off
to
the top
find
of
that
my
out
head.
somewhere. Maybe the applicant guy knows it.
I think it's 3 or 4.
No, that's more than that. It's a little more than that. I think it's like 5, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll get to that. Anybody else on the board? Questions for staff?
Just, Scott, you had a comment asking if the test pits were done to
Oh, yeah.
confirm seasonal high water. So are you okay with the drainage report without test pits?
Yeah, as long as the seasonal high water's not intercepting their infiltration trench. It's pretty sandy out there.
Very sandy.
So I think where they approach the wetland will probably be an issue, but it then climbs up the hill and it's just all sand out there. So I can't imagine there's an issue, but we just would like to know that. And Joanne had mentioned it. It's kind of why I didn't do that already. But all the calcs in their drainage report were good.
Satisfactory?
Yeah.
All right. Any other board members? For the record, your name, sir?
Alex Cam with Greenman Peterson,
Cam?
CAMM. Yep.
And who you with, sir?
Greenman Peterson, GPI.
Okay. And,
Joseph Maloney.
thank you, Joe. Okay, begin, please.
Okay. As Joanna mentioned, we're here to present the application to subdivide one lot out of an existing 48-acre lot on 200 New Boston Road. The proposed lot is just over 5 acres. As she mentioned, the access is going to be off of New Boston Road via the 700-foot-long driveway. We did request waivers so we could avoid wetland flagging and soil mapping the entire 48 acres. I believe we discussed that in the conceptual review. And I think in the interest of being brief, I can jump into the major comments that Joanne and the town engineer have brought up.
Well, are you going to make a presentation first, or you want to go straight to the comments?
Well, I think that the presentation is pretty straightforward. We're just looking to cut one residential lot out of a large residential lot in the agricultural zone. The lot size meets zoning. We have plenty of room for the building setbacks to allow the construction of a single-family home. We do have an application to be heard before the Conservation Commission on August 22nd. We are aware that there are additional state permits to be applied for, but we would like to have the lot subdivided before applying for all of them because we would like those permits to run with the new lot and not get hung up in being associated with the parent lot. And having to go through transferring approved permits and applications from the state.
Okay. So if you want to address some comments, feel free.
Sure. First, I'll talk about the test pits. We did do 3 test pits on the northerly side of the wetlands for the septic systems that will be designed for that area. Groundwater was over 70 inches deep out there, so there's certainly good material for septic systems. We will provide the well location on the plan, that there's plenty of room to have that and a protected well radius all within the lot. The buildings were shown on the sheet 1, as she noted. As far as the comments for the stormwater report is, we did not do test pits to actually verify the estimated seasonal high water table. But if you notice on the profile of the driveway, the first portion of it is a fill between 1 and 2 feet. And once you cross the wetlands, that's where we do have test pits, and you know that was a positive result in having those test pits. As far as the driveway goes, if the stone pack or the drip edge is not suitable, we're willing to widen the driveway and redesign the cross section, as well as the rest of the driveway. We will put some centerline information on that for you to verify that all the radii meet the requirements.
If you just want to do a table or something, and if you think it gets too busy, that's fine. So,
Okay.
Whatever you want to do to convey it.
Okay. And along with revising the driveway width, we will revise the turnaround for the fire apparatus as well.
Board members?
You said septic systems, you just, one,
System,
okay, all right.
just
I heard
one.
plural and I just, okay. And Joanne, the new lot is labeled as Lot A, should there be a proposed map and lot number? Or I'd recommend that maybe that be,
Yes, usually we'll do -1.
yeah.
I
So
don't-
before the plan gets recorded, I think instead of being identified as Lot A, if it has whatever the,
I'll check with the assessor to make sure that that's okay.
Make sure there's no other 62-1.
Yeah. Oh, there is already a oh no, that's 62. I don't see anything near it.
So as the engineer of record, will you look into the wall height and give us a report on where an engineered wall is required and where the line is between the two?
We will.
That's in. Because if you exceed the height, you'll have to have an engineer report. Huh? Bill?
Does this have water?
I'm sorry?
Water? Is this-
Well,
I didn't see is there a well rate?
no, that was one of the comments that
Okay,
they
I missed
had
that. Okay.
asked to clarify.
Be an awful long water.
Well, I was wondering, I couldn't see the well radius, well, maybe it has water, I didn't think water was on.
No, he stated earlier he was gonna show a well location on the
Okay.
future plan.
I was looking for the test pits probably.
So Joanne, what's missing from the plan so they can get everything squared away for another meeting? The test pit location is supposed to be shown on the plan?
Yes,
Well location needs to be shown on the plan?
yes. Septic system,
Well, it's,
or the 4K area, I should say.
well, it's
They
on
have-
page 3, you
have
just didn't put it on the cover sheet.
Okay,
So if you could just revise page 1 to show the 4K area and a box for the house, which is a requirement of 80 by 100, is that the number?
is this agricultural?
Depends on which.
Well, whatever zone you're in, there's a requirement that you show a building site, a box, that the house can be constructed on that site.
Right, the intention of the
Yes,
sheet 1 was to
agricultural.
be a recordable plan at the registries, which is why we submitted the second sheet with that type of information.
That's fine,
Is that suitable?
that's fine.
Okay.
So we need a drainage maintenance agreement. And
Which I could send you the template, or Joanne can.
And we're back to the purpose of the drainage maintenance agreement?
well, we do have comments on here from conservation.
I think they went, my recollection
Did you go
was
to
they had
conservation?
gone to conservation
They did
before.
go,
At the conceptual.
Right?
Yes.
For the
So,
conceptual. I
The
thought they did.
conservation comments were just the same as the other, to place the placards every 50 feet. So they did, that was their comment for that. And that's it, I mean, except for Scott's comments, that's the only thing that they would have to do to come back and be approved.
Scott, could you please tell the board why a drainage maintenance agreement is required for a site like this?
Well, any place where we put in a stormwater treatment, or BMP as we call it, the maintenance agreement is there in case the owner fails to maintain the BMP and it gets to the point of failure.
And who would the failure be assigned to? Coming onto the town road?
Onto the town road, I believe, would be the only time the town would step in. If it were to impact neighbors, then it becomes a civil matter.
Well, here I'm looking at the grids. They start at 316 at the
Going
road
away.
and they go downhill to 304 at the bridge. So there's no way that if this system ever was to fail, it could impact the town road.
That's true.
So I'm pushing back on the drainage maintenance agreements on some of these residential properties because it could not adversely affect the town's infrastructure. So I wonder if you could reconsider that for the next meeting, please.
Sure.
That thought process.
I understand where you're coming from with that.
If this driveway was all downhill into the town
Mhm.
road,
Yeah.
then I would say, yep, we have to protect the town road, but this isn't a reverse situation.
Yeah, honestly, we've just been doing them,
Well,
so I can see
I
your
don't think
point.
it's a one-size-fits-all.
I agree.
It's not gonna-
If I could just, a further comment, I don't know that conservation would agree with that comment, but I understand your position as to the town, and that's why we require it. But I do think a condition of the approval could be that the drainage system is maintained to ensure that there is no off-site property flow in excess of the current, as indicated on the current documentation or for the plan approval, because, you know, we do create civil messes when we approve lots that have got a foreseeable impact on other property if they're not maintained. Not that it's our responsibility, but I don't think the applicant has any intent to go on abutter properties, but, you know,
But it would
20
be-
years down the road, who knows who's in these
It would
properties?
appear that based on the driveway profile, all the water from both sides of the driveway drains into the wetlands crossing.
Which then just goes into the river.
Which just goes into the river, yes.
So I'm
That-
just,
Excuse me, so that wetland there, that doesn't go into the river?
It doesn't go into the
Doesn't
river?
reach the river at any point?
it's all on its own, it's just a...
It just goes off and dissipates into the,
Sand.
yep.
Well, I put that out for Scott to consider and discuss at
I
the
don't
next
know.
meeting.
I mean, we'll see what conservation says, but.
Well, they've already made their
They've
comments.
already-
Are
Yeah.
we requiring them to go back?
Are you going back to them or not? I thought you said you had an application on the 22nd for them.
That's correct.
Oh, well, then they
Also
can...
going back there,
Yeah, because they have an actual plan this time.
okay.
It was
Not-
conceptual.
not a
We
conceptual.
had asked them to sign off on DES reviewing the application, and they said they would like us to appear, which I didn't expect for what we were applying for. So we do have to go for a meeting with
I
conservation.
thought you had said that.
Correct.
Okay. The staff is recommending that we ask you to waive the 65-day clock. Do you agree to waive the 65-day
Yes.
clock? Board members? How do we proceed with this, Joanne? We continue this to a date certain? Is that what you're recommending?
Yes, we can continue it, I think the other one was continued to the 26th.
Well, the first question will be for the applicant. Can you have everything ready and submitted within another week to move forward, or do you need a little more time and move to the
No, that
subsequent?
just never works.
Well, we just let the last guy do it.
No, they're
No,
coming
we
on the
didn't. We went to the
26th.
26th.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sorry. My mistake.
It never works because of the time frame to get the packets out.
So the next
And we have
schedule,
Labor Day in the middle.
we have a meeting scheduled for the September the 26th, right?
Yes.
And that means that too. I'm gonna be able to subdivide.
And that was for the last application. What was the last application?
The last one was the
Yeah, okay.
site plan.
All right, Joanne, so what are you recommending?
So I'm recommending that it be continued to the 26th and that we receive the updated plans by the 12th.
So is that doable for you, sir?
That's doable, yeah. That will give us time to have the meeting with Conservation, and then I guess I'd like to understand a little bit more about which issues would prohibit us from being approved at the next meeting.
Having everything done.
What's
So
that?
If you don't have everything done, you don't get an approval.
Or conditional approval.
Yeah, conditional approvals are kind of funny things. We like to
We
see, we
always
like to
have
see things
conditions.
done, unless it's just administrative between you and the drainage, something, some
Right.
bits and pieces, but.
I think what he's saying is like the stuff that'll change on the plan.
Right.
So.
We need to
the
straighten out the
driveway.
lot number.
Right,
We
I'd
need
like to get
put
that
everything-
solidified by the time we come back.
Which you can do.
But something like setting monuments, we typically wait until
You
we
don't
get
need to get
conditional
those done.
approval, the placards. I just don't want to come back and find out, no, we had intended you to take care of this before we either approve or conditionally approve the
No,
plan
it's
in this
more the
case.
retaining wall issues, the drainage issue, the
Showing the
lot
test
numbers.
bits,
I
the
mean,
well
test
API.
It's
There's a
that-
few plan notes that have to be done. You
Right.
have to tune up your business with the fire department for the driveway that I
Yep.
wrote down. We'll decide on the drainage maintenance agreement at the next meeting when you come back. And then you just have those, you have the issues of putting some notes on the plan and, yeah, the, wall height.
And we have the issue of the public hearing.
Yes.
I didn't let him go yet. Thank you for reminding me. All right. You have anything else you'd like to add?
I don't, do you?
Jody, you good?
Is it being subdivided yet, or because you need to see a well?
You are not even close to being
Not even
subdivided.
close to being
I
subdivided?
don't, I'm gonna have a conversation with staff after, this is the first time I've ever heard an issue with the subdivision needing to occur so that the lot number follows through other approvals. I've never heard anybody say that before.
What are you referring to?
What
In
are
my-
you- what are you-
in my
yes,
comment?
Yeah,
When we're applying for state subdivision or state, the DES wetlands application.
right, for the dredging, yeah.
Right, the application is gonna be associated with map 44, lot 63,
Right,
because our new lot doesn't exist.
right.
So we would like to get the lot subdivided, one, so we can apply for these applications with the proper lot numbering, and as well as for Joe to own the property before continuing on with more engineering and basically more expense.
Didn't you submit your permits already?
We have only submitted to conservation.
Oh, okay.
So there's plan edits and some things that have to be done on the plan before we can discuss granting the subdivision of the property?
Yeah, because I don't understand, would I even need a driveway just to subdivide the piece of land off?
Because your driveway is over.
But if I didn't have a driveway, and I was just subdividing a piece of land, what, you know what I mean? Why
Our
can't the
regulations
piece of
would
land?
require that you be able to build a driveway that meets our driveway standards to access the buildable area of the lot. So that's part of the regulations is if we're gonna subdivide and create a lot, we need to know that you can
And we
actually
know there's
access it.
enough land in the lot to put a house and a driveway. So we can't just subdivide the land and come back with everything you need after, so I can purchase the land?
No, that's not the process. You're close.
I'm close.
I'm trying to think about how you would separate it, and I'm not quite sure how you would. Because the deed that you would need.
I need to write a deed, I need the lot number, a
Right.
new
For the
lot number to
deed,
put on
for
the
the
deed,
deed,
to
for
punch
the
in the
deed.
deed. The deed's already written.
No, I was hearing that in your voice, so
Yeah.
I'm sitting here trying to
Yeah,
figure
I
out.
want to close tomorrow.
All right, we're fumbling right now, so let's, so you agree to be moved to a date certain, and that date certain is September the 26th?
6th.
Well,
We'll hear
I
from
mean,
the public
can it be
first.
done for the next meeting?
The problem is that the way
Submission.
we do things here is the packets have to go out a week before.
It's not the next, we have a gap, though.
We have.
But but
That's
here's the
one
other
thing.
thing is that the plan doesn't get signed. I don't think you can get a deed with I'm just sort of trying to run through this legally. The plan doesn't actually get signed until all the conditions are met. So even if we were to approve this tonight, there would be no signed plan, because when your deed got recorded, it would not only have to reference the deed number, the lot number, but the plan number. And the plan number doesn't get assigned till it gets recorded at the registry, and it doesn't get recorded at the registry till it gets signed, and it doesn't get signed until the conditions are met. So I've been trying to figure out a way to get around that, but I know what happens when you go to the registry, and you can't record the deed without a plan reference with the new lot number. That's your issue.
All right, this discussion is over.
Sorry.
We are going to move on to a public hearing. If anybody is here to speak at the public hearing, I'd like to hear from you at this time. Okay, folks, could you clear out and let the folks have the table? Come on up, ma'am.
My name is Linda Dignam, and I just have one question for those folks about and I have other questions. But we live directly 10 feet from that driveway they're asking us.
Which way, Linda?
Yep.
Which way are you pointing that you
Well-
live?
We live 10 feet
Closer to New Boston or the village?
closer to Boston.
Thank you.
From that particular driveway.
Okay.
And their property, I'm assuming, or you can show me, goes further down towards New Boston, is that correct?
The property?
Mm-hmm. In other words, I'm asking, there may be
Ma'am,
alternative.
ma'am, we don't conduct questions and answers with
okay.
residents at public hearing. You
Okay.
can state your concerns, and we will make sure that the folks that need to answer your questions will answer them for you at some
Okay.
point.
Is your
So-
lot delineated here?
Yes,
What house number are you?
191 New Boston Road, like 10 feet from that driveway.
191, I'm trying to find it.
It is almost
It's
adjacent.
yeah, it's up here.
So you're adjacent to the existing home's driveway?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Which probably should be shown on a plan, folks. Show where the driveway is for the existing buildings next door, so when questions come up.
building?
The
On the
driveway
parent lot.
to the parent lot, because now, here's an abutter who is questioning about things, and we don't know where she's talking about, because we don't see the information on your plan.
I'm not sure what she's talking about either.
Well, I'll show you when you
Where
come
I
up.
live, the address I just gave them.
I'll show you when you come back up. So go ahead, Linda, please.
Okay, I also took the option of looking at highway regulations for New Boston Road, which is a Class 3 road. And there are specific regulations that need to be met in regards to what they're referring to, what may or may not be, and I'd like to have
New
this
Boston
introduced.
Road's class 5, I believe.
Great.
Is it a state highway at that point,
Yeah,
or,
right.
or,
It's town right of way at that point.
Yeah, yeah. So can I,
ma'am, let me explain to you about that.
what?
The state of New Hampshire, under a program called the Urban Compact, gives over portions of the state highway to the towns to maintain. So this road is under the jurisdiction of the town of Goffstown, not the state of New Hampshire.
Okay, it's revised transportation regulations for the state of New Hampshire, so I'd like to just present and have you look
Please.
at it, and when we come back,
Please.
maybe discuss it more.
Thank you.
Okay, give it to Joanne.
So please, I'm not rushing you away. Do you have something else you'd like to finish up on? Or was that it?
No, that was it, is
Okay.
that the appropriateness of the entrance is not conducive to the traffic, the school buses, et cetera, et cetera. So if there's another piece of that property that could be used for that, for entryway into that property, it would be more appropriate.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is Walter Dignam. I
Okay.
live at 191 New Boston Road, Goffstown, New Hampshire, 03045.
Please have a seat so the microphone can pick you
Yeah, I
up.
just want to point something out. Okay.
So, just sit down, sir, so we can hear you in the microphone, so everybody else can hear you. Get, this is all being recorded.
Okay. Okay, I'm at lot 150, lot 53D. Okay. I don't know if you can see that on there.
Yeah, you're at 191 also?
Yes.
Okay.
No, only 191. Lot 53.
It doesn't have the lot number, it just has your house number,
Oh, yeah, it's
191.
191. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is, it's on the side thing. Okay, go ahead.
And it's a letter, no thing.
Well, some 30, 35 years ago, it was a Cordwood business that was run totally illegally across the street from my property. And the road that they were using for this Cordwood business belongs to the power company with deeded rights. Now, the property has since been sold and subdivided once, and they still have a Cordwood business on it, even though it was rezoned at the time to residential. They rezoned it back to agricultural. Town did that. We were involved in court for 10 years. That road belongs to the power company. It's being used as a driveway for a business. I appreciate it if this town would contact that power company and put a gate up like there was one 35 years ago to block entrance, because we had kids going down there. We had huge parties. We had 5 trailers living, people in trailers living down there for 4 years. So if you could just block it off.
So let me back up a second now. Is this a code enforcement issue, not a planning issue?
No,
Where do we direct this man, Joanne? Because this is not a planning board issue.
now, when your power company was here at the last meeting that you guys had, I brought it up to their attention. Nothing was said about it. They said they were going to replace the gates. You know, anything that's missing or needs to be replaced. And I want to make sure that that road gets blocked off because it's adjacent to my driveway.
I think it would be a town administrator issue.
So I think if you're gonna want to get any action on this, you need to not come to, the planning board is not your venue for
Well, we
this.
got a letter.
You need to go to the town administrator here in town, and he'll direct you to the right department to help you.
Okay,
But
like
it's
a
not
code
us.
enforcement officer, maybe?
Code enforcement maybe, but you'd have to get that from someone upstairs, sir.
Okay,
That's not our purview.
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I suggest for clarification, it might be helpful for the abutters to know where this new driveway is proposed on the new lot versus the orientation of their existing. So if you don't mind pointing out to them
No, I don't.
where the driveway is, just so they understand that this proposed driveway is not where that existing drive, it is,
I'm gonna have them put together driveways on our map.
yeah, but just because they're
I'm gonna
here
have
this
them do it.
evening,
That's
so that
what's
they
coming.
can see.
So the proposed driveway is on the easterly side of the proposed lot.
And we're gonna,
Can we talk about this at a later time
That's
in
the
our
lot you
meeting?
guys are getting?
That's the lot that we're trying to subdivide out of the parent lot.
Oh, you're trying to-
We're having a conversation that we don't have during public hearings, and I'm gonna stop it right now. Thank you, Walter. We'll make sure that the driveways are shown on the plan and get you to take up this business with the town administrator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Walter, if you'd
listening.
like a copy of the plan, just come to the planning office and we can provide you with one.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Anybody else who would like to speak in regard to this application tonight? Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. So, you guys, what I'm talking about is on page 104. You have those 3 little buildings shown on page 104?
Yep.
We need to know where the driveway is on the parent lot. You have to show it on the plan.
Got it.
So wherever that driveway is, you're gonna have to put it on the plan and show it so we can find out where that whatever. You don't have to go any farther than to the existing buildings or something similar to that. We don't need, if it goes way out in the woods, that's not our concern. Where it comes off the town road is what we're concerned with.
I think it's like a U-shaped driveway, so there's two
Yep, so
entrances.
whatever's there, just show it on the plan for the final plan.
Do we want to deal with the waivers for this application tonight, so the applicant knows?
Okay, we can discuss them because it's getting late and we have a lot of work ahead of us, so, yes. The waiver request is for specific, for soil mapping, is that what it's for?
And wetland delineation.
Wetland delineation for the balance of the property?
Correct.
You want to consider granting it tonight, Barbara, or denying it, or just discussing it?
Well, I think at a minimum, we need to discuss it, because I don't want this applicant to come back
All right.
and have something new pop up.
So, board members, comments on the waiver request?
I will just say we have done this for other sites.
Yep.
And, you know, it's a 5-acre subdivision. I don't know that we need to have 40-plus acres done. But I am a little concerned when I hear things like this wetlands goes to a completely different area and we have no idea where that was. So I don't know. I think I'd need somebody more familiar with the site as to whether they want any wetlands mapping outside of what was done. That's my comment as to the wetlands. The soil, I would leave to DPW to comment on.
Do we want comment from conservation on that subject?
Probably.
So who goes to the conservation meeting, Joanne, with our questions?
Patty.
So could you be sure that Patty asks that question at the conservation meeting
Okay, so
with regard to their waiver request?
can you just spell it out again? I'll write it down.
I'll send you an email, it'll be
Okay.
public record. I mean, I don't have an issue with granting it, I just want to make sure nobody has an issue with how limited it is off the subdivided site.
Anything else, folks?
What about the other one?
Sort of.
Well, they're both the same thing, soil mapping and wetlands delineations.
Okay.
So they're basically the same thing.
I don't have any concern with either of them.
You know, okay.
So let's just do a straw poll for board members. Dave, you have a concern with the waiver request? Bear? Barbara?
No.
Ryan?
No.
Colleen?
I don't have any concerns.
I don't have a concern. Phil?
No.
Okay. David?
No.
Okay. I'll get you in there, Mark.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so you can expect that you will not have any pushback on the soil mapping if the Conservation Commission also recommends that. Anything else we'd like to help this guy with before we move on? Okay. So, date certain, Joanne? We haven't decided on the date certain.
So,
Do we have a meeting September 12th?
we do.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it's not, there's
I think
a
this can
missing
go to
meeting in
12.
between, so
Yeah.
it's not.
I don't think, if they get the conservation meeting in,
Because they're COMSCOM August 22nd, then I would, as long as, so that September 12th means that they need to submit by August 29th, correct, everything that you would need to do your review and get packets out to us September 5th.
That seems fine.
As-
It's, my comments aren't crazy, so it's not like a extensive review for me.
no, I don't expect to see big changes on these plans.
Then I'd like to make a motion that we continue this application to September 12th.
Second.
And to be clear, the materials need to be submitted August 29th, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Can you make that
Can you
date?
make it?
Yeah.
That gives you a week
For
after
sure?
the COMSCOM.
Really?
Yeah, the comments were generally minor in nature.
Yeah, they're not, and that's why we're
Correct.
picking the next meeting.
Yeah,
when
right.
normally
I would
we
like to be
not.
at the next available meeting, and I will make sure that that happens.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, There's a motion to continue this to the 12th of September. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion passes. We'll see you then.
Thank you. Thank you. We follow that with our driveway permit.
Okay, we're down to 2, folks. We're getting there.
So much paper.
Okay, map 5, lot 28. Joanne, can you run it down quick? We've already heard this in a conceptual, correct?
Yes, we did.
All right. Does everybody remember this conceptual hearing?
Driveway.
All right. So we have a conceptual, this is the first time they've been in with an actual application, Joanne?
Yes, this is a new hearing.
All right, so do you want to run it down
This
quickly?
is for map 5, lot 20-A. And this is located at 357 Elm Street. The applicant is Camden Lawrence. He would like to subdivide the property into 2 lots. The original lot already has 1 single-family house on there, and he would like to subdivide it so that there are 2 lots and he could build another house. The land is serviced by private septic and well. The parent lot consists of 3 acres, and after the subdivision, it will be 1.5 acres, and the new lot will be 1.232 acres. The application is complete with 1 waiver and no regional impact. And again, if we could get the applicant to agree to to waive the 65-day clock.
Isn't there a waiver for a drainage study?
Yeah, she said complete with 1 waiver.
With 1
Oh,
waiver.
1 waiver.
Yeah.
I thought you said no
And it is the
waivers.
drainage study.
For acceptance purposes.
Now, DPW is,
Before we get any
feels-
substantive comment, motion, discussion, we need to do the waiver, the motion first.
well, okay.
So moved.
So moved? What did you move?
No, I'm sorry, I was in Clark.
To find the application.
Complete.
Yes,
With
I'm
no
sorry,
regional
yes.
impact and
What
accepting
she said, yeah.
Waiver
So-
for acceptance
I was reading in
purposes
the middle of
only.
it, I'm sorry.
It's getting late, too.
I just saw the
So-
Patriots are winning.
Motion is to find the application complete, ready for review, no regional impact with 1 late waiver for discussion purposes only.
Yep.
That's the one. Okay, who's gonna second it?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion passes. All right, Joanne, please continue.
So if we go next to the waiver, DPW is recommending that the board deny the waiver. And Scott can explain that
No, we'll
to you.
get to that when we talk about the waiver.
Okay, and they also require a conditional use permit to allow the placement of a new driveway 44 feet, but DPW
Doesn't
said
take-
that is not necessary.
Right.
They've already applied for it, but after his review, he's saying it's not necessary, so you wouldn't have to act on that.
They've applied for it, but you haven't granted it, I assume.
No, what it was is the way they measure it.
All right, well then,
Yeah, and
So
they
you're
actually
good.
show their measurement on the drawing,
okay.
and it's not how we typically measure it. They basically went straight down perpendicular to the right-of-way
Okay.
on Elm, when we would actually follow Big Jane's right-of-way down
Okay.
to Elm. And it's a longer distance that way, so it meets the regulation.
Okay.
So the fire department also would like to see a fire truck movement plan for this driveway as well.
How long is the driveway proposed to be, Joanne?
The driveway
It's
is...
shorter than we typically ask for that.
We have that here.
Well, we'll discuss that when we look at the driveway plan. We don't gotta look at it right now.
157 feet. 157, yeah.
Well, I find that a little bit over the top, but we'll talk about that.
And the police department is recommending that, we talked about this at the conceptual, that the driveway come off of Big Jane's Lane rather than Elm Street, and I think everyone was in favor of that.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then planning comments are that lot 20A 1 has several areas of slopes greater than 25%. And sheet 2 of 4 contains a driveway plan and profile. The driveway will not exceed 10% according to their design.
Does this lot exceed our steep slope requirements for denial?
Yes.
It does.
It has enough buildable area. It's just that it does, in certain areas, it does have.
But what is the
slope.
trigger for a lot being non-buildable by the steep slopes portion of our regulations?
It has to have
Contiguous area.
contiguous area, buildable area, and it has to be contiguous without any of those slopes.
So does this lot have that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, Joanne?
No, I think that's it.
Questions for staff and board members? You're on.
Thank you very much.
You know the drill for the record, please?
Yes. Just get my stuff together 1 second, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, planning staff, and those present in the audience, my name is John LaFave. I work for Fieldstone Land Consultants, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant Camden Lawrence. Camden's aunt owns the property. Camden is a firefighter here in Goffstown, and in searching for land, he has finally found something where he envisions he can build a house, because you know how difficult it is to find land nowadays. So Camden's aunt has agreed to sell half the property. I think we discussed this during a couple of our previous meetings. We first met with the planning staff. We then met with the TRC. We then had a conceptual hearing. And based on all those meetings, we're here tonight with a formal plan for consideration. What we're doing is proposing a subdivision of a 3-acre lot into 2 1.5-acre parcels, basically cutting the lot in half. Last time we had presented the plan, we had rough GIS and LiDAR contours. Now we have real data to support where a driveway would go, what the grading would be, where a house can go. We submitted this for planning board review. Planning staff got back to us with comments. Of those comments, I think a lot of them were Scott's comments regarding engineering. We have a revised plan, but it's something you haven't seen. I'm not going to bring it before you tonight. I just got planning staff comments 10 days ago, so obviously we haven't had enough time for us to address them and get them back to you. But we have taken a bite at the apple. We do have plans showing revisions to the drainage per Scott's comments, which I'm looking to get to him next week. There were quite a few staff comments, so rather than bounce around, I'll just kind of stop right there. See if you have any questions based upon what planning staff's comments were, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
John, what zone is this? R what? Or what zone are we in?
What zone?
Yeah.
It's medium density R1.
R1.
So they meet the minimum lot requirement?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. That's my question. Board members have questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Rich, wasn't there a problem with the driveway to the intersection of Elm at the last meeting?
I think that
There wasn't enough distance from...
I think Scott just spoke to that. Scott, could you please give Richard an answer?
So I believe when they were here for the conceptual, they hadn't done any ground survey yet, correct? So the
Correct.
property bounds weren't found, so they weren't exactly sure how much frontage they had on Big James Lane. And where they've positioned the driveway, they have the separation they need to the adjacent property on Big James Lane, and they also have the appropriate distance to the intersection on Elm. So they don't have any, there's no, it's to regulation where they place the driveway.
So Scott, why don't you tell us about your recommendation regarding the drainage study?
Sure.
Which is one of their waivers, if I'm not mistaken?
This is their their one and only waiver.
And the waiver is to
not need the.
item 5, the drainage study.
Yeah, so, I have a few concerns with this. So, all the water on that site currently goes down to the corner of Big Jane's and Elm, and there's just a 12-inch pipe underneath Big Jane's Lane. So, Elm Street is super elevated, meaning it's like a banked curve toward that side of Elm, so it's on the inside of the curve. So basically all the water that falls on Elm heads to that same ditch and heads to that pipe. All the water coming off that large hill heads towards that pipe. When this site is developed, if you just look at sheet 2 of 4, they have the little squares that show where the test pits are. So test pit 6 is 12 inches to ledge, test pit 3 is 20 inches, 2 is 48, 1 is 34. This is a big ledge hill. So this is a big cut into that hill, according to this. So once all that is cut, every drop of water that lands right there it's impervious area. So there's a lot of storm water in excess that's going to be coming off the side of that hill from what's there today. I don't believe that pipe under Big Jane's is going to be able to withstand all that additional water. So that was the reason I would recommend the board do not grant that waiver.
Okay.
We all don't want water on Elm Street, and that's my concern, is water would flow onto Elm Street or across Big Jane's.
Question for Scott.
Go ahead.
Is that pipe functioning properly now?
As far as I know it is. We haven't had any issues during the large storm events that we've been having lately, so.
Where does that water go when it leaves the pipe, Scott?
There's another, shortly, excuse me. It crosses Elm a little ways down from where.
It doesn't make it all the way down to the dirt lot where people pull in?
It does not, no.
Okay.
I think it's just a little off of the page from what they're showing here. That sheet doesn't show it.
Didn't they just pave that road?
Big Jane's, yes.
Yeah, so that's got a moratorium.
It would
on
have a moratorium on it. So you know what, I didn't look up what the date is, but I can.
But it's 5 years normally, isn't it?
Yes, it's 5 years. I would say it was paved in
2 years ago.
21. You think 2 years ago?
2 or 3 years ago, I don't remember.
Okay.
But, so we can't recommend that they enlarge the pipe or anything because of the moratorium on the road?
Well, we don't want them to increase runoff from their site anyway, but.
All right.
Because now we have an issue with the pipe it goes to.
I didn't know that. The one that crosses Elm Street?
No, I'm not aware of an issue with that pipe.
Yeah, but if we increase this pipe.
Yes, exactly. It's
it will-
a
it will-
trickle-down
that's what I
effect, yeah.
Well, you gotta increase the other pipe too,
Yeah.
I agree with that. All right. So John, are you hearing this?
Yes, I am.
So are you going to be able to work through this drainage
Yes.
study?
Yes, we've actually already worked through the majority of items, including looking at the drainage. What I would want to do is to get Scott a plan early next week so we can see we've made the revisions he's asked for. Knowing that he's happy with those revisions, we'll submit the stormwater report so we can see that we're not increasing the flow. I think that everything that was given to me from the planning staff, like I said, the majority of it was Scott's comments, which we've been able to address. There was a couple other comments, one of them being fire department's comment about an auto turn, seeing if a fire engine can get onto the property. We actually did prepare that already. We don't have problems with that. If he wants to see it, we can give it to him.
Is it just to be able to get into the driveway? Is that what they're talking about?
I assume.
It's the way the comment was written. It was like that it could turn in from both directions off Big Jane's.
Yeah,
I would hope the applicant could work this out somehow.
Exactly. Do my best. He's sitting there being quiet.
If you can't work this out.
Doing a good job being quiet. Leave him alone. All right. So you feel that you can work through the waiver request, so you may be withdrawing the waiver request?
I mean, I'll
Sounds
leave it
like
on the
you're gonna have
table. It's out there. You guys can deny it if you want. We have the information should you want it anyway, so I'll leave it like that.
Well,
I know that
it'd
Scott
be a
wants to
lot
be happy.
easier if you withdrew the waiver request because you knew you were gonna submit the drainage report.
I will withdraw the waiver request.
I'm just saying, that's the easy way.
I want to
do it.
make your life easier too.
It's never easy, but, okay. So, Joanne, he is formally withdrawing the waiver request as, when we do. Now, the conditional use permit is not required either because the driveway meets the regulations.
Right.
So there's no CUP or waiver request at this time,
Okay, I'll just say it was withdrawn.
withdrawn. Now, how about the use request? Do they have to withdraw that because they do meet the requirement? Is that the formal proceeding?
The what request?
Conditional use permit.
Yes, they should withdraw that as well.
So you're gonna withdraw that, John?
Absolutely. I withdraw the conditional use permit.
So that's on the record. Good. All right. What's left to be worked out, Scott? The drainage issue?
I had some other interesting comments. So
Well, let's hear some of your interesting comments.
the location of the septic system is actually kind of hard for me to even find on this plan.
John, help him out.
No, I found it. It's a triangle.
Well, help everybody else out in case they can't find it.
Sheet two of 4. There's a triangle that's pretty hard to see, but
It's actually right here. This area right here is a 4,000,
So you can see where it says.
there's a 4,000 square foot box on the lot.
Triangle.
That was kind of a placeholder
okay,
as we were trying to work out the drainage. We do have alternate locations for where a leach field could go.
How come I can't see the box, Scott?
it's this thing. It's this.
So.
It's a triangle.
It's a triangle-ish shaped box.
It's a triangle. It's partially
Yeah,
under the
thank you.
driveway.
Along with all the other lines.
So it's a triangle. Part of it's under the driveway. It's right on top of the stormwater pond that they've included, which.
What is the requirement for the septic system from a stormwater pond? Is there
So
a
I
requirement?
believe it's a 50-foot separation
think
from
it's
open
that
drainage.
much.
Well, I'll let them work it out. We asked a question, you figure it out.
Yep, no, we don't have a problem with that. So, we do have alternate locations for a septic system, especially when we're just placing a 4K. We do have pits on the top of the hill. We have pits on the west side of the driveway. We can move it, but until we actually get the drainage worked out with Scott, it doesn't make sense to really put it anywhere.
There's no public water down there, is there, Jim?
No.
John? So you have to drill a well?
Yes.
So is that?
Unless he wants to bring water.
Well, there's water, but it's,
Where
it
DPW
ends
is.
before.
I see the
at the
I see
school,
the
I
well
think.
location.
It comes to the school and stops.
No, it actually, they extended it to our
Public
office
Works.
at Public Works recently, in the last 10 years.
It goes to Public Works on one side and it stops at the school on the other. You're in the dead zone in the middle.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the stormwater pond is being shown in the right-of-way. We typically do not allow that. We allow swales to cut through, but we don't like detention in the town's right-of-way.
You can move that out, John, make that work?
Yeah, we don't have a problem. The only issue is that
It's tight.
the pipe's gonna cross, so there's gonna be one small portion of the grading that goes into the right-of-way, just to catch the culvert that crosses.
The grading's okay. We're not looking to
Yeah, no, the
to
pond,
retain or detain water in the right-of-way.
I have a sheet right here I can show you, but I know you don't wanna see it.
Yeah, I'll look at, send it to me, I'll look at it.
We're bringing up the
maybe
questions
tomorrow.
and you guys are gonna figure out the answer.
We got it. Yep.
I think those were the big issues I had. Yeah. So,
Did you give
those,
us, John, did you give us a driveway profile for this lot?
yeah, it's right next to it.
Page 2.
So page 2.
Oh,
it's
there
the
it is.
little one next to it. It's-
And it's exactly 10%?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
That'll be checked after construction.
Understood. Yep.
Wow. So there's one of the fire department's concerns, being able to get into that driveway, not drag the tailboard from, on a reverse 2% off the road and then 10% straight up.
Yeah,
You
well,
work it out with them.
we'll deal with everything with the
You work with
fire
them.
department. Yep, no problems.
Yeah, they require nothing larger than a 8-degree change, I believe, which I forget what that translates to in terms of.
Well, you show them the driveway
Percent
profile and
change.
let the fire
Yeah.
department, and you guys work it out.
I think 8% change is actually flatter than what they require, so I think he's okay.
Okay. Any other items that we can advise these folks on? Are they coming back, Joanne?
Well, yes,
No, yes?
they have to address the comments
No
from
comments.
engineering.
We essentially have
And
engineering comments addressed. Scott hasn't seen them because we just got them out today prior to the meeting. My goal is to get Scott the revised plans and a stormwater report early next week. Hopefully, he'll be able to review that, in sufficient time that, all these new deliverables being submitted so quickly that we could get on the next agenda and, put this to bed.
Yep.
I don't see any big hurdles, but, if there's any other questions you have, I'm happy to answer all those too.
Board members? Okay, guys, I'm gonna open a public hearing. Stay there. If somebody wants to get up to speak, then you're gonna have to vacate the chairs. I'm gonna open the public hearing this time. Anybody here to speak on map 5, lot 28? Seeing no one here, I'm gonna close the public hearing. So, issues to be worked out, Scott, are some engineering issues with you?
Yes.
Any other issues you have to, Joanne, that you have, that this lot needs to have addressed before we see it again?
Comments from the fire department.
Fire department, that's his job over there.
Right, but we need them.
Yeah, we're gonna, not only Scott, we're gonna take care of all of the planning comments. The only thing that I think I'm gonna have left on there is gonna be like, we may not have state sub, we may not have the monument set, but we understand that all the
Yeah,
conditions
that's
need to be
not-
met.
It's a standard stuff.
We would be happy to work with you on a conditional approval as long as you have the meat and potatoes taken care of.
Yep,
So can you get me the stormwater report by the 22nd?
we can.
I know that's a little sooner than the previous applicant, but they're reviewing stormwater reports a little more involved than.
You're talking about almost 3 weeks from now, right? Two weeks from now.
2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks from today, yeah.
We
Make it the
essentially
20
have.
It can be the 23rd.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I think we essentially have it nearly complete. I just want to send you the plans first, get your blessing for what we have
Yeah.
revised.
Yeah, I'll
Then
look
we'll
at
give you all the
those.
numbers.
If you get them to me tomorrow, I could probably look at them tomorrow, if not Monday.
Okay,
So I'll get it.
I know we have a hectic schedule. My goal is to get it to you Monday, Tuesday.
Okay.
You get it back to me quick as you can.
Yeah,
We'll get
because
the
the sooner I
stormwater
get it
pounded
back to you,
out.
the sooner you can get your stormwater straightened out.
Yep.
We'll need everything by the 29th.
Scott, are you recommending,
No,
The
I asked
trenches are-
for the 20, or at least for the, the 23rd for the stormwater report.
Right, but the other stuff, the plans itself. Stormwater is different.
Scott, are you recommending infiltration trenches around the foundation, which I don't see on the plan right now, for part of this?
Did I say that?
I
know.
don't see it. That's why
I
I'm
don't know
asking.
how well infiltration will work when you've got
When you're on
ledge.
ledge.
So I'm not recommending anything, I'm letting their engineer figure it out.
Yeah, we understand.
I don't mean to be like cold about it, but that's.
Oh, yeah, don't worry.
It's what it is. I mean,
I know you.
I'd rather
All
get
right.
the true comment.
Well, if they can make some improvements to help their drainage calculations, that's what I was just bringing it up for.
It would store some water, I guess.
We'll have another fire pond.
All right, guys. So we're gonna have to ask you, will you agree to waive the 65-day clock at this time as well?
Oh, we can. I don't even know why it's necessary because I think it's, once the application is complete, we have 65 days, correct?
Yeah, we just accepted it as complete tonight.
Yeah, okay.
That's in case something goes wrong and we cover our bases. So if we waive the 65-day clock and you get done before it, no harm, no foul. But if there's a problem and we don't waive the 65-day clock, then we have legal obligations that we have to do.
No,
by
I
state
understood.
law.
I know. I understand.
You agree to waive the clock?
Yes.
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 All right. So, what's the date we're talking about moving this to?
The 9/12.
Make a motion to continue this application to September 12th.
Second.
Colleen made the motion, Brian seconded to move this, continue this application to 9/12/24. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion passes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for
Good
your
luck.
time tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, the grand finale. Here we go.
I thought I had a fan base for a minute.
Yeah.
You're lucky they're not here to talk about your application.
I'm happy.
You're welcome to stay.
Have a good night.
Good night, John. I gotta get organized here. No, me, I don't like the, whoops, there goes that one. I get it. Just gotta get my maps out so I can actually see the maps when I need it.
I was gonna open this and make that one a lot better than two and
That's why I always use the big one. They got a big one over there, but they got all that stuff on top of it.
It's not as large as the table.
All right. Scott gone out to meet those folks in the hallway for some reason? Looks like it.
I checked on the map. Your lot is like here, and then that house with it. Yeah, right. You're all set.
Joanne, you have some handouts that were on the table regarding this application. Could you explain to board members what they are, please?
So there's a plan, a colored plan of the yield plan. There's also a black and white copies of the yield plan with the road grading. And then there's a close-up of some of the lots.
Okay.
So Doug had sent me an email, I think it was today, and because I had sent him my comments, he was questioning some of what I had said, so he answered my comments with his notes, and then I wrote back to him this afternoon. So
Okay.
it just has to.
This is your email correspondence here with Doug, that's on the table?
Yeah, attached to that plan.
Okay.
My comments that he was questioning had to do with.
Well, we can get into it at the meeting,
Okay.
okay? We don't need to get into it, I know. And then we have a correspondence here to someone from you?
Yes, that was the correspondence that that I received yesterday from Sheila Seidel. I think that's how you pronounce her name. She was writing to the planning board about her concerns with this project. I wrote back and explained that this meeting tonight is just, it's not a public hearing, it's just a presentation of the yield plan only.
So we'll just, we can read this and keep it for ourselves. That's good. Board members, any questions for staff before we go into this conceptual plan discussion?
If I could just say one other thing when you're looking at this. So what they're planning to do is, I don't know, the actual, we don't have copies of the actual conceptual.
We do.
We do,
Yeah.
okay. So the conceptual shows, I think it's 77, no, let me back up. The subdivision itself consists of 160 acres. Remaining from that is 77.7 acres, which is going to be retained by the current owner. What needs to be done is, because this is an open space subdivision, and once you've subdivided the land into these smaller lots, you can not further subdivide. So if you want to take that piece off of the 77 for the current owner, you'll need to submit an actual subdivision of the two
Separate.
separate lots, yeah. Just so that it doesn't get messed up.
That's a good point.
Okay.
All right. Board members have any questions for Joanne? Okay. All right. For the record, sir. Barbara, did you have your hand up at the last second?
Actually, at the last second. So I understand this correspondence that occurred between you and Doug. So he sent you yesterday this updated plan that you've attached to the email. So I guess I'm not quite sure how these are different from what we saw in our package.
So he hasn't changed any of the lots, but he did add a column under the standard subdivision on the right.
For the
He
frontage.
did add a column for the frontage.
Okay, but other than that, as far as you know, and Doug will speak, this plan is the same.
Right.
All right. And so,
Well, I take that back, one other thing. He did move some of the well radii because they work in the right-of-way, and he's taken them
Yeah,
out
they
of
were.
the right-of-way.
all right.
I don't think there's
That's on the big plan that we have in front of us, the well radius thing.
The big plan is the one that was sent to us. so
And the
there
little
were-
plan has made the adjustments.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. And so when he is, these comments 1 through 8, I guess, that I see here, are they, I'm looking at the email, I'm looking at Doug's email, it starts at the bottom of the first page, Wednesday, August 7th at 5 PM. I'm just trying to figure out.
Those comments are in the staff report.
So these are, so the black is from the staff report and the tan is Doug's response.
Correct.
All right. And then you, this afternoon, responded and still have concerns with 1, 2, 3, 46, and the cistern issue.
Correct.
All right, well, he can,
Well, but there was clearly some correspondence back and forth, so I wanted to know what the issues are. And just so I know, I'm gonna wanna know what a prototypical grading is.
we'll get there.
Happy to share.
Okay.
Anybody else at the board level that would like to ask the staff or public works questions? No, we'll have a chance later. For the record, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, my name is Doug McGuire with the Dubay Group, and I'm here representing the applicant, V&W Investment Group, regarding this subject property. So as Joanne talked about, we're here tonight mainly because your regulations strongly suggest, if not require, that we come before you with a yield plan prior to moving forward with final design on any project that would require an open space subdivision. And as you're probably aware, any site larger than 20 acres that's subdivided is required to be an open space subdivision. So we're here tonight with, in basically a conceptual nature, but we certainly had some engineering thought and effort put in. There has been a fair amount of engineering work done as far as delineation of wetlands, topography, accurate boundary, and all those items to make the yield plan as realistic as it needs to be for your evaluation. Just as a little background on the property, those who aren't familiar with this property, it's been contemplated for other developments years ago, much larger scale developments. I'm aware of those, but wasn't involved directly with that. The subject parcel in its entirety is 237 acres. What we're proposing to do, and as Joanne mentioned as a good point, is we're proposing only to develop approximately 160 acres of this 237 acre parcel. So we'd be looking to subdivide the parcel into 2 lots. It can be handled possibly like in the same meeting, but under a separate application, just to separate those 2 things. But we would be doing a 2-lot subdivision, leaving the remaining 78 acres with the existing property owner that has the frontage on Terrell Hill Road. And then we would be looking to develop the 160 acres into an open space development, and that's what we're here to talk about tonight. What we've conceptually looked at is a yield plan that would generate 46 single-family house lots. And so I'll talk to you about the single-family house lots, but it's important, I think, because I know there's abutters in the audience, and just for their benefit, I'll state that the plan, if they looked at the yield plan, and that's like a scary plan with a lot of roads and a lot of basically development from edge to edge within that 160 acres. That's not the intent of your regulations. The intent is to have that be your prove-out plan. Generating a yield of then would be in a development, and also that we also included, just for conceptual purpose and discussion purposes, a open space subdivision plan that shows those 46 lots in a much more condensed and hopefully better received layout, that actually, just for some rough numbers, just of the 160 acres, those lots are, and including the right-of-way, those lots and right-of-way area would only be using 40 acres of the 160 acres approximately. And again, these numbers may change by a little bit here and there when we get into final design, but the intent is that we would be preserving a significant amount of the property as open space, as much as 75% or 120 acres of the 160 acres. So, certainly trying to meet the intent of your requirements, but the real focus here is the yield plan, because we really don't want to get heavy into the engineering without having our direction on that. Now, the yield plan that has been submitted, Barbara, as you alluded to, I had some...
Excuse me 1 minute, please, Doug.
Sure.
Would you folks in the audience like that plan turned so you can see what he's talking about? Could you please turn your easel to the audience? We all have the plan in front of us.
Thank you. So what I'll do is, this is the scary yield plan, the plan that potentially we would be moving forward with. It'd be something like this. This is what I'm referring to, that has the
Well, we're talking about the yield plan tonight, right? So
yes.
Let's leave the yield plan showing for them to see.
We can do that.
Because that's what we'll be talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so with regards to the yield plan, we wanted to make sure that we had our best foot forward here. We had a TRC meeting regarding this project and the yield plan. At that meeting, Joanne and Scott brought up, items that they would want to see, things that, maybe they were concerned about or wanted to see addressed. One of the main things that Scott had mentioned is that from an engineering standpoint, he recognizes that this is a yield plan, we don't need to do heavy full design on this, but he wanted it to be realistic, like there's some slopes on this property, can these roads be designed as shown, and be able to actually work. And also there were a handful of lots that had some grades on them that Scott had mentioned. And so in our original submitted package, we had fully graded out all of these roadway systems meeting town roadway standards, and also addressed some grading, and prototypical grading was mentioned. Prototypical grading, that's what it is. It's prototypical because it is not necessarily an exact representation of what would be built if that were to be developed on that site. So it's could a house be developed there, and graded out to show yes it could. And so whether, for example, someone may want no garage or someone may want a 3-car garage, we just took an assumption of a 2,100 square foot footprint of a house with a garage, and plopped it on there and graded it out to show that it is viable. So that's what I mean by that. So when we submitted all that, Joanne came with her staff comments, and that's what you saw. My goal was to have a consensus on the yield plan prior to this meeting. I think we're very close. Joanne brought up a few additional lots that weren't originally flagged in our discussions at TRC, so we provided her some prototypical lot grading of those lots as well. Scott's had an opportunity to look at that too, so he can probably comment on all of that situation. But the long and short of it is we're well aware of your regulations of 2-acre lots with a minimum of at least 1 acre of contiguous buildable land. And so all of that data is provided in the table in the lower right-hand corner of the submitted sheet. So as you can see, you know, as an example of lot 1, let's say, there's 2.58 acres of total lot area, and of that, 1.98 acres of it is contiguous buildable space. And so the intent is to show that of every one of those lots, most of them are well over the contiguous buildable area. And then also there is, in your development regulations, there's requirements to show 4K areas, well radius areas, and a buildable box of 80 by 100 that, you know, would sit on the property. Now, what I'll say is that when you look at this plan, just keep in mind that, you know, when these look like little tiny boxes and tiny lots, this is on 160 acres, okay? So this is a very large development shown, and with some very large lots. As I said, some of these lots are 2, 3, 4, 12 acres, depending on where they're situated on this development. So I did not include this for the board. I do have copies of it if we want to get into the weeds, but I did full roadway profiles and full design grading of all the roads, and I provided all of that detail to Scott ahead of our submission, so he could review from an engineering standpoint the, okay, you know, is this buildable, is this realistic, are we, you know, doing what we should be doing. I'll let him speak to his conclusions to that, but I think that we hit all those marks. So I guess with that said, happy to answer questions that board members have, but our goal tonight is to acknowledge that, you know, we put a pretty significant amount of engineering into this yield plan and had it reviewed, and we're hoping that at least consensus on that number can happen so that we can move forward into final design on a subdivision.
So Scott, first thing, tell us about the road grading, because I'm trying to read the profile numbers on this print that I have, and they're all blurred. I can't tell what the grades are on the roads.
So,
Existing grades.
oh, existing grades?
I mean, look, I can see I think it's a 594 and then 552 down here. Do all these roads meet our town standards for road construction?
So they do. So our maximum grade is 8%, and if I recall, you weren't even hitting 8% on most.
No.
Yeah, I think it was like 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can walk you through a few of them.
No, we'll take Scott's.
So his profiles, for the most part, I took this as like proof of concept when he sent me this. This was like, you know, preliminary type engineering type of. So all their grades seem to meet. They don't have. I mean, there's some substantial fills, particularly around lot 18 and 23, but it's all realistic. You know, it cost a fortune to build these roads, but I don't think that's the concern of the yield plan. So,
Well, Scott, we have questioned it in the past. We had a subdivision where the yield plan showed them doing a 30-foot cut in the rock through a section of road to accommodate 2 building lots, and we denied it because nobody's going to spend that kind of money to build that road for 2 lots.
I mean, these are fill situations.
Well, that's all right, but I'm
a little
just saying,
different than
there's precedent here. We have denied them in the past.
Okay, good. And then, so reviewing the road profiles and the grading, we asked for some specific lots. to just show some conceptual grading to make sure that you could actually access these through driveways, and he gave me contours and some spot grades on the driveway, so I wasn't given driveway profiles, and I think that would be kind of a lot to ask for anyway. But with the grading that I did get, I found that they're able to grade driveways in, and I think it's, for the most part, it's a realistic yield plan. I don't see any glaring issues with it. And that's my consensus.
Joanne, I'll go back to steep slopes. Is lots 28, 27 down through 24, 23, 22, are those contour lines close enough together that we would have to look for, to be sure that they didn't?
So I checked the area of 27, 26, and 25 because those were mine with the biggest concern, because the orange is the steep slopes that we can't build on.
Those are the identified steep slopes?
Yeah, so
Okay.
those, the orange is 25%
Nobody
or
told me that
greater.
before now.
So I actually measured the area of those 3 lots because they looked like the most constraint, and they all met the regulation for
Okay.
contiguous area.
Okay.
And they actually matched the numbers. I checked. They matched his numbers that he has in the table on the side of that sheet there.
Thank you, Scott. Board members, do we have any comments or concerns? Who wants to speak?
Go ahead.
The access off Sage Court, so I know on the Acorn Drive, it looks like that's an existing public right-of-way. Do we have the right-of-way, what's the impact on Sage Court, and is that property owner part of the application?
So, yes, we do have an agreement with that property owner to provide that access.
Which
Which owner?
property? The one on the cul-de-sac or the prior?
The one to the west,
Don't say west. The one
Okay,
that's
the-
next to the cul-de-sac or the one down the road?
the cul-de-sac one.
The one next to the cul-de-sac. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
It doesn't, not so much for the yield plan, but just for if that 50-foot right-of-way is provided, and if that's creating now frontage for the side of that house on Sage Court, is that existing house going to meet setback? Like, are there going to
Yes.
be any variances or any issues needed on
No,
Sage Court?
I don't know if it was intended to be something, I mean, if you look at all those existing lots on Sage Court, that last lot is significantly wider, and it more than meets all the standard requirements, including, allocating that right of way. So I don't know if that was originally master planned, it didn't happen, or what of the history of that, but yes, it won't be a problem as far as creating nonconformity or anything like that.
Well, I sort of have
Table, it's in
a question. If our yield plan is for the lot as it exists does not have Sage Court access. So do we have 4 lots with frontage that technically doesn't exist and for a yield plan should be shown as a cul-de-sac?
I guess I would respond by saying that, if it was conceptual, like, hey, we hope we can get this, then I would agree with you, but, we have agreement for that access, and that will be used as part of the open space development, so I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be part of the yield plan as well.
I think at a conceptual level, like we're just looking, but if we're approving the yield plan, so when the application comes in approving a yield plan, that abutting property needs to be a party to the application. So I know that you're saying there's an agreement, but they're gonna be part of that application and verifying that the other abutters then that get picked up are all notified and whatnot.
No, yep, agreed.
So, further question. Joanne, I just circled the ones that Joanne was not okay with, which are basically all off the entrance of Acorn Drive, which is a killer entrance, including a road that appears to go over steep slopes, so I don't know how we get to a 6% grade at that point of the road, but, so what's going on with those lots as you
So
come in?
I can help with that. I mean, I think if we're looking at the grading plan, the steep slopes that you have in there are actually steep slopes that are creating a bit of a wetland channel. And we are proposing to have a wetland impact in that entrance. So essentially what we're doing is we're filling in a portion of the wetland finger, you know, as a crossing into all this significant upland of the site. And we're coming off Acorn at whatever grade Acorn's at. There's a depression where we're crossing, and we're just coming right across that, and we're coming up at 6%. You know, those lots, I mean, you can ask, you don't have to take my word for it, but I mean, I'm not entirely sure what Joanne, I mean, I was trying to get this out. We can have it now, we have the discussion now if we want. I was trying to get it addressed before this meeting. But, you know, we laid out all those house lots, and they all work, no problem. I mean, they look like little blips on a radar there. And, you know, and I think it's important to note that, you know, these lots being multiple acre lots, your open space requirements, when we get down to that, you can have lots the size of 10,000 square feet. So we're talking about.
I'm not talking about the open space
I
lots
understand
now, I'm
that.
talking about the yield
I
plan for
understand that,
lots.
but it has, you have to bring that to, I'm trying to give you perspective, because we have 1 acre of buildable land. If we can't build a house on 1 acre of buildable land.
That's not actually my concern.
Okay.
My concern is not the size of the lots.
Right.
It's the ability to be able to enter the lot with a driveway and have enough room, because some of these lots, the frontage is hindered by certain things, like either the steep slopes or the wetland buffer, 100-foot wetland buffer. And I'm just concerned, and if, as I told Doug, if he did come in with a subdivision like this, there would be several cisterns required, and there's not ample space on the, most of these lots are okay, but certain ones don't seem to have the ability to have that room to come in. So he did provide me today with the engineered drawings that shows potential house locations with the driveways. But they are very close to the roadway. They're not set back like most of these open space subdivisions you drive through. The houses are set back quite a ways. So that's my concern. It may not be all of those lots, but I had a concern with a few of them.
So I think if we can look at this sheet that was added, this is the detail of that area, okay? Now, I have all those lots coming in. This is at a better, more zoomed in scale, so we can see what we're looking at here. We can see the roadway grades more clearly. And what you can see here is that lots 1, 2, 3, and 46, 45, 44 all have a house on it, and the driveways are like 2% as they're coming in. And Joanne's correct that they are closer to the front building setback. I would say, I don't think that matters, but I mean, I think there's tons of room behind these houses that if we wanted to continue those driveways, we certainly could. So, you know, what we did is we worked with the grades that are there. We have a garage under lot with a side load garage on lot 1. We have a garage under lot on lot 2. Lot 46 across the street is just straight right at grade, works right in. And that's because we've come up in grade on the roadway to match in on that grade. Lot 45 coming in at 2 to 2, I think that one might have been 3% on the driveway.
What are your contour lines on these driveway cuts, Doug? In the house lots, where you have the contour lines behind the houses? Are those 2-foot contours?
Correct.
So you're talking about lot 45, for instance. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14-foot cut to get to a pad for the house?
It's actually a little bit of a fill in the backyard.
That's a fill, that's not a cut?
Correct. On 45, yes.
That's a fill?
Yes.
So it's a cut on the other side, it's a fill on that side.
Correct. So, I mean, yeah, what you're talking about is, now we just did that in an abrupt manner, but I mean, you could flare those out. You can see we have still plenty of room behind that house, you know, to make this happen. So, you know, I mean, so in the grading, we didn't want to we weren't trying to build these as estate lots when it's a yield plan. So we didn't grade it 100 feet into the lot in a meandering driveway to create scenic views or something like that. I mean, all of that could be done, but I think my point is, and I think Scott would agree with this, is that from an engineering standpoint, this is a more than buildable lot, and that's really all we're looking for a yield plan. And
Well,
that,
no,
at
not
the end of the day.
necessarily. You're looking for, if you read the open space regulations, you're looking for a house that fits into the neighborhood, that has, you know, room enough to have a garage and things like that.
For the yield plan or for the other portions? I mean, because we're talking
No.
about a conceptual yield plan.
For the yield plan, it's not just like, okay, here's the house and you're done. It's there. You need to read that.
Well, I guess what I would argue is that this yield plan and the way these lots are shown do not fit into the neighborhood. The neighborhood surroundings are smaller lots than these as shown. These are larger, more estate-style lots, the way we have them laid out. So, I mean, that would be my take on it. I mean, you're seeing how small, this is a full-size house here on this detail plan.
Doug, by your own plan, the yield plan, that shows the houses on Sage Court, all those houses have fairly long driveways, and the houses are situated from 1/3 to halfway into the sites that I can see, just looking at them. And every one of your houses on your yield plan is like 40 feet off the road, and the rest of the lot is just a great big piece of land behind it.
Well, and I think if we...
So if we're talking about compatibility and representing the rest of the neighborhood, that is a different look.
Well, and I don't think that was our intent. We weren't trying to create a beautiful development. There was a significant amount of engineering. I mean, we literally graded...
Please, in the audience, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
We graded every single road out of this entire yield plan, and we also did the calculations. I mean, I think by definition, if you have a lot that has a minimum of acreage of buildable, and it can fit all the little extra pieces that you're asking for, by definition, it's a buildable lot. You know, and I think we shouldn't be laying out every lot with a full design, because frankly, if you look at that chart, and if it has the required frontage, the required minimum lot size or exceeding it, and then a required contiguous buildable acreage that you're required to have, and you can fit the 80 by 100 box, and you can fit the 4K area, and you can, I mean, if you can do all of those items, it's a buildable lot.
If you'll humor me though, Doug, what Joanne's saying, and I think you just need to read that section, is that in considering the feasibility, we're also looking at the usefulness of the buildable area, the desirability of wetland crossings, the resulting character of the proposed lots, compatibility with the neighborhood. So I think we're just looking that, it's in the regulations that we're also looking for compatibility with the neighborhood. So I get your point, you're saying it meets the numbers, but I think that just part of what we need to consider is how that fits.
Can you point me to where that is?
That's under the open space development standards, so
Okay.
Appendix C, page 61.
So
Okay.
both the development regulations and the zoning ordinance have sections on the open space.
No, and I know that, and I've read through all of this as well. So, are you referring to the site analysis?
The density determination and yield plan. So when we're
Okay.
considering the yield plan, we're not just considering that the numbers work, but we're considering that yield plan is creating lots and housing development that's in keeping with the character of the neighborhood or the surrounding properties. And it's also in the engineering practicality and the feasibility. So,
Sure.
I know that there's maybe not, like, some previous sites that might have been some, large cuts and a lot of ledge blasting might have been a concern, but we do want to know what are the total cuts and fills here? Like, how much material are you really bringing in, and is that something that's a cost, a feasible development plan? So that's the point of the yield plan, is not just the numbers, but is it reasonable?
I totally understand that, and I think, I don't want to dismiss that. I mean, that's why when Scott asked, hey, because we came to TRC with just all the yield done with the square footages, the acreages, the buildables, and we said, look, this looks pretty good. And he said, well, I think you really got to show me some grading, because we got to make sure that these roads can meet our platform standards and our maximum grades and minimum grades. And so, we spent a lot of time doing that, and when you look at that overall plan, I do believe that it is completely buildable. In fact, I mean, if roadway costs weren't astronomical and your own regulations didn't prevent us from building this exact layout, this could be a completely feasible option to build.
Didn't you just say, except for the road costs being astronomical, because financial feasibility is one of the factors to be considered in development of a yield plan, and whether or not it's actually feasible to develop?
Well, I think we gotta talk about two things. I mean, if you're not gonna allow us to build a conventional subdivision, and we have to build a open space development, I mean, we have to at least acknowledge that, that's a factor. I mean, I'm saying if they're open, I guess what I'm saying is if the open space wasn't an option in your regulations, this is a more than buildable development.
At an astronomical cost.
No, I don't, I mean, astronomical cost is putting in, I mean, all of this road that is being put in is gaining frontage, relatively minimum frontage, 200 feet, if 200 foot's the frontage requirement, we're hitting that pretty closely as we go through the whole development. So, I mean, I know what you're saying, and I've seen this before, a yield plan is pie in the sky, it goes down a slope that's 30% and could never actually be built, and if it did, you'd have to put 60 feet of fill to do that. All these roads work into the grades nicely, and you have some cuts and fills on the high sides and low sides of lots. It is intended to be a realistic plan.
Just a comment with the board on this. I guess if we're looking at this as far as lots that would be developed, I think the areas of the slopes and the wetlands, I think we'd all agree, are the areas that cause concern, and I don't see we would be going through conservation. And I know that they have concerns when you've got the buildable areas right on, I mean, we're meeting the setback requirements like on 3, it looks like. And I'm not sure what the possible drainage area location, I frankly don't see that those lots would all get approved based on some of the setback issues. And lot 46, Doug, could you explain to me what's going on? Let me look at the detail plan that you gave. Hold on. So you've got this, 46 is a big lot. What is it? It's 6 acres. One of your bigger ones. And you're saying it's got 1.5 acres of buildable area. Where is it on just on as an overview, where is the buildable area on 46?
So I mean, it's a pretty significant chunk, I would say. I guess where it is depending on if you're looking at the detailed plan, this one. So I mean, where we have the house is, and the entire area behind it up to the 100-foot setback is all buildable land behind that.
What are the
So,
slopes there?
the slopes are in the 15 to 25% range.
And what did we say, that's the side that goes down or up? I
That's
forget.
going down.
So there's a drop in that of 494 to the wetland buffer is at what?
82, 80?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, yeah, I mean, you can build on slopes of 15%, I mean, no problem, and that's why it's not excluded in any of your calculations. You know, I mean, I think that, I mean, that lot has a lot of nice developable land on it, frankly.
All right,
I mean, we're not taking advantage of a walkout basement on this layout, but if we were to, you know, that's how you work into the
okay,
grade.
I'm not asking, you didn't want to give us house design, so we're not going to get into it. What's the fill situation on 18 and 19?
18 and 19. Let's see. So those lots, if we're gonna get into detail like that, I'm gonna have to look at the details on the plan views that I have that are zoomed in.
No, yeah, okay. Because we don't have a zoom in for 18
Yeah,
and
well, and I
19.
didn't know, I mean,
No, I understand, so
I didn't know if you guys were gonna get
I
into those.
referenced, somebody referenced Bill on those lots, so I want to know what's going on.
So, I mean, lot 19 is a little bit of a,
Lot 19 or 18?
oh, 18, sorry. Lot 18 is a bit of a cut as you're coming on the high side, but as you get to the lower side of the lot, you're at grade. So, this lot is beautiful, flat. You can put the house anywhere in here.
Okay, so the fill is the road, all right.
And then lot 19 is, again, probably one of the nicer lots because it's at grade right here. And you can see the grade as it goes all the way across the lot is pretty gradual, you know, not even any, less than 15%, you know,
On
across
that
the,
lot, okay.
across the whole lot. So that would be a nice lot.
Okay.
Doug, when you designed this yield plan, how wide did you create the right-of-way to be?
I did a 60-foot based on, you know, we anticipate being slightly over the 450 daily.
Well, I just wanted to identify that, because I would identify it as a local road, and it is 60-foot requirement. I just want to make sure you had met that standard, thank you.
Yeah, and I think Acorn is 50, and I mean, I don't know if you would want us to bump up to 60, I just assumed be safe.
We changed that because too often the roads were too narrow at 50 feet to
Okay.
put the underground utilities, which are required, in the right-of-way. They end up being in the ditch lines, and there's not enough cover on the underground utilities. So we widened it to 60 feet probably 10 years ago to accommodate underground utilities in the shoulders and not in the ditch lines.
Got it. Yeah, and you can see on, if you want to see that change. You
I can see it where Acorn
bumps
is
up.
narrower and
Yeah,
I
no,
can
I
see
can
that's
see
wider.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we did do it at 60.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't see how lot 1 fits in with anything here, but I'm having problems with that end of the development. It's like lot 1 would go down at 4 or 5, it's more of a frontage and layout issue.
Well, I can talk to you about lot 1.
I'm sure you can, all right, what are you gonna tell me about?
Joanne, this is agricultural zone R2, what is this? Agriculture, so it's 2 acre minimum and 200 foot frontage. Okay.
So, lot 1, the driveway is coming in at 485. That's based on our proposed roadway grading. And where the house is situated, the backyard of that section is at 492. So not a significant rise in grade. We're proposing here, the reason why we have multiple contours shown, and again, this scale is still a large scale, so, how do you look at it? It's making things look smaller than they are. I mean, if we zoom this into 20 scale, it would take up the whole sheet just for one lot. But what we're showing is an access at not even, just about 2% of the driveway. So we're not, we're not putting in a max grade driveway to get up in here, and we're putting a garage under that, would have a family room above it or whatever, and you walk out to grade in the backyard. Now, if we were to push this back 15 feet, we might put a couple contours in the driveway to gain a couple more contours up in elevation in the back. But I guess I'm having trouble with anyone having an issue with this not being a buildable lot, when you see this is the back of the house, and we have, 200 feet of woods that could be developed as the lot. I mean, that's a huge area for that to be a developable.
I guess my issue is the layout of these houses essentially right on the road when there's nothing in the adjoining neighborhood that's like that. And I get why you've done it and you're doing a yield plan and you're not doing design, but that's why I'm having a hard time looking at these lots saying this lot flies.
And you know what, and I can understand that now. I don't think of it that way, at least I didn't, but I do understand where you guys are coming from. But I do feel confident, and Scott, I think, would agree with me, that these lots could, or these houses could be situated further back. It's not, they weren't being forced there, we did them there. They aren't being forced there. Like I said, when a driveway is a 2% driveway, and we can do, what, 8%, 10%? I don't know.
10 for driveways.
So 10% driveway. If we wanted to meander and put the house back to where it says Lot 1, we could do that, no problem. No problem at all.
So one thing I noticed with Lot 1, so we have the yield plan that we received on July 19th and this one that we got today, and your wetland buffer magically disappeared. Now I understand there's a fill that you're showing there, but my gut feeling is that fill's going to be a culvert or something. It might even have to be a box culvert, so that the wetland will still exist there. So where you're actually showing your proposed one, it would have to go back, but I think it could.
I mean, our thought was, Scott, you may be right. It's such a small finger that would be left on the impact once you do the roadway grades. And you put a culvert in. I don't know if we wouldn't just impact the entire wetland finger in that area.
These are delineated wetlands, or are they
Correct.
off of mapping? Okay.
No, they are delineated. Yep. So, you may be right. If we end up keeping that piece, then we would set those back.
Because that's a finger, you would trap water there if you don't put some kind of crossing it. So.
We would have a crossing. I'm just saying, I think we would impact the wetland, the whole portion of the wetland. So therefore, we wouldn't be holding setbacks from that area.
So your wetland, that's way too in the weeds. I'm not even gonna get into it.
Yeah. But either way, even if we were to keep some type of a setback off the little isolated piece, you could set these lots back, and.
I agree with that, Scott.
I think they could move it out, yeah.
The boxes just represent where a house could go.
And that one's not even that bad.
For planning purposes, and then routinely, people move their houses back farther because that's where they want to live. They want to live farther off the road.
Correct.
But we see that all the time with planning documents here. Joanne, what is, do we have an obligation to act on the yield plan tonight, or what is our standard we have to live by?
Well, Doug is looking for direction.
Yep.
And you don't have to act on it tonight.
I don't think we can, even the yield plan, this is not an application, this is conceptual.
Right.
So
I understand.
we need to.
But we have to give him the direction, either we agree or disagree with the yield plan. That's what I'm getting to.
Can I ask him a question before we
Please,
get to that? Lot 22, Doug,
Yes.
it's got one of the more significant as a percentage drop in buildable acre from acreage. What's going on with it?
22. I think it's because where we squared the lot off, I'll bring you into that one.
Well, it's got a huge piece of wetlands in the back.
That's it.
Well-
Well, that's what it is.
got a
Well,
big-
so I'm sort
like a
of
third of
looking
it.
at those lots going, why is 23 and 22 2?
Well, I think it's that, when you do a yield plan, obviously, if this was an open space development, we would have this entire rear back area be all open space. But because we're developing the entirety of the
Right. No,
of the
I know
thing,
what we're doing.
then this chunk is, so I mean, it's a big lot of which this much of it is wet. But you still have a nice big area of buildable land, all adjacent to the road. It's all, the wetland area that you're speaking to
Is in the back.
is in the back, correct. So yeah, 22, yeah, we go from 3 acres down to 1.28, but we do have 1.28 acres of perfectly good upland buildable land.
All right, and what are the slopes doing on those two lots from to the wetland buffer from the road? I can't
So
tell.
everything essentially on this property does go down gradient to the wetland system that's off property here. So these are grading this way.
Okay.
And so we're right perfectly at grade with this throat. And you would just come in, and so it would be a beautiful, come in, put a house here, walkout basement, you're at grade. A lot of people like the walkout basement, so that's what we do there.
I want to address planning department's comments. Joanne? We talked about the well radiuses being too close to the roadway and some are in, and that has been corrected on the small plan we have in front of us, correct? The yield plan does not show the frontage of the lots. Do we see that at this time anywhere?
We added that on
added
the
that.
table. Yeah, the table.
Oh, the table
The
gives us
column
that.
all the way over to the right.
Okay. How about, all the steep slopes have been shown to your to the satisfaction?
We added a secondary, you can see the original plan that was given to you only had the dark orange on it. Now there's a lighter orange as well underneath that, and that signifies the 15 to 24% slopes. But again, and as I put in my response letter to Joanne, I know it's a requirement in the development regs, so she's not wrong that it should be on there, but it really has no bearing or impact on the design because there's no restrictions to 15 to 24% slopes for buildability or anything else.
Driveway slopes are missing from the plan, Joanne? They're not showing driveway slopes? Or is
No.
that shown on the
That's why
black and white plan that we
he
saw in
sent
the
that
back?
to me after I had provided those comments. But the plan that you have does not show them.
How about the lot sizes? Those are on the chart.
Chart.
Cisterns will be needed. The plan does not reflect space for cisterns. Doug, could you answer that question?
So I guess I responded to Joanne and.
Well, respond to us.
Okay, it's a good comment. I don't show them because it's a yield plan but I mean, we would just, wherever Captain Connor said however many cisterns we would need, we would place them accordingly, and there's plenty of area, like I said, a flat area like this, you could just put the cistern.
But you have to provide easement to the town for the cistern location. Does that affect anything?
No, it wouldn't.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay. And just for a comment, lot 46, Doug? You're
Yes.
not gonna drill a well in the steep slope, so move your dot maybe.
Probably a good idea.
Okay. So Joanne, do you have any other comments for this plan at this time?
No, I just had just wondering about lot 24. There seems to be some steep slopes right in the middle of where the buildable area would be.
So this is 24, right here. It's a corner lot between. There is a bit of a fill. This was the area that Scott was saying that this section had a bit of a fill. We were coming down and we designed this road to have the fill on this location because we knew that this lot had frontage on both. So what we did is we came down and we utilized this drop here so that we got perfect elevation on these lots, we knew that we weren't gonna be providing a road access off of this side of the property. So we're showing here, and as you can see, you could walk this out and get right in and have a walkout basement here. Now, ultimately, what someone may decide to do on this, if this were to be built, is they may pull all these grades, like you see, we brought them right tight to the road. You probably wouldn't do that. You'd probably pull this section of fill out so that this lot could kind of sit at an angle right here. I mean, like if I was designing this as a house for somebody to live in, I would probably pull all these grades out and fan them out here. But this is entirely all upland, no wetlands or setbacks on that lot.
Are those steep slopes down gradient or up gradient?
Though, this is all coming flowing this direction.
So the steep slopes that you're showing
Are going out to the back.
and
So down from down.
so
Correct.
are you saying that those are areas that could be regraded and filled, or what did you say about a walkout basement?
Well, so what I was thinking is, on this lot, when we were creating a drop off the road, and then we're also creating a drop in the backyard. So what I'm suggesting is that these contours would get pulled more consistently across this lot, and more of this lot would get developed or disturbed, so to speak. So I think the house realistically would probably sit where these contours are at an angle, and then these contours would get directed in and kind of flow more into the back of this lot. So, I mean, that's more likely how that one would be laid out, instead of being tight to the road.
Joanne, Fire Department, comment 1 is provide sufficient roadway and width for two-way traffic and on-street parking. How wide would a road have to be for all three of those factors?
Well, the fire-
24 is a standard road, right?
Yeah, that's what we would require. It would be curbed in this neighborhood. We require curbed with closed drainage.
So on-street parking is not even a consideration.
Not in a
Because you'd have to
neighborhood
make
like
the
this.
road 30-some feet wide.
Yeah, I mean, we'd want it to be, I think our parallel spaces are 9 feet in our regs.
So 24 and 9 is 33.
33 on just one side, so I don't
I'm
think
just-
that's what
I
we're
just want to
looking
put a
for.
number to it, that's
Yeah.
all.
I mean, we don't have that anywhere else in town, in these neighborhoods, so.
Yeah, I know.
I don't
I don't
know
know why
that-
they would make that comment. It's
I don't want all
different.
that extra pavement.
All right, board members? And do these comments apply to the yield plan?
No, I guess they don't.
All right, then I don't want to discuss it.
I think the truck turning, did you do the fire truck templates on the yield plan just to, demonstrate that
For what area?
Well-
We didn't run any truck templates, but we did, the whole entire roadway is designed with the vertical curves and horizontal curves that your regulations require for a roadway system of the higher tier one that the chair mentioned.
So Scott, the comment on the truck turning template,
Is
you don't
that,
think?
is that my comment? or
No,
is it-
that's the fire department, but
department.
you think that the
Um,
roadway design covers
It
that and
does-
it's
it
not
meets-
necessary for the
It
yield?
meets our regs. I don't see an issue with running the truck.
Okay.
But it should be fine.
Like, I guess my point is that like the transitions at intersections and everything, per your regulations, like the platforms, all of that was shown on the yield plan for Scott's benefit and for yours. So, I mean, obviously, I don't see any issue with a fire truck.
Okay.
we're looking at this, do you know what the frontage is on Sage Court?
The requirements for.
Well, it's
frontage?
200, right? Because it's ag.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out why Doug's schematic here is just, if it's just random or if he pulled it off of something, because I swear this Sage Court frontage looks bigger than Acorn Drive.
This is real based on the record plans that we pulled when we put the plan set together. So I'm not sure why. Would you say it's supposed to be 200?
Well, that's an open space development, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. All of Cinnamon
Not
Woods
Sage
was.
Court.
Not Sage Court.
Sage Court portion,
No,
is it?
that was
Okay.
not.
Because I'm just looking at the houses there, and those lots definitely have bigger frontage than what is being proposed here, and I'm just wondering as a development, whether those lots, I just can't remember what the frontage in Sage Court is for those lots.
It looks to me like they're close to 200, no? I mean,
think
if
they
you
look
look at,
bigger.
if you look
They
at some
look
of our lots that are 200 exact, they look about 200 to me.
Your 200 front lots are all like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. And if you look at those,
19.
but, you know,
And the 30
at
scale is-
1030 lines are.
They're
Well,
identical. I just use a scale ruler, they're both the same.
They are?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like, I think if you look at like lots 11 and 12, they're close to those. The frontage of those,
Yeah.
that's 200, and those are close to 200, it looks like to me.
So Joanne, what is the exact purpose of,
Doesn't look the same to me.
what is the exact purpose of our meeting tonight regarding the
Yeah.
yield plan? Are we supposed to make a density determination, or what's the purpose of the meeting?
The purpose of reviewing the yield plan is to either agree or with the numbers that they show and that these lots meet the requirements, or that they do not meet the requirements and that some of those lots would be eliminated and then
Which
you
would
would
reduce-
have a reduced number.
Reduce the number of lots on the yield plan.
And that would in turn reduce the number of lots on the open space plan.
So what has this applicant proven tonight? Scott, has proven to you that the roads can be built?
I believe the roads can be built.
Well, that's a big question, because when the roads can't be built, the yield plans are, they're not very good. So what other criteria are we considering, Joanne?
So as Colleen had read off before,
Can you go back to your page and verse and pick them out one at a time, and we'll discuss them one at a time? I'm gonna let you lead, Vice Chair.
You're letting me lead,
You
okay.
take over. You run it.
So, I mean, we've got the numbers and the standards, but then the board, in considering the yield's feasibility, will consider the road and driveway slopes.
So we've discussed the road slopes, which the engineering staff agree with. What about driveway slopes, engineering staff?
The handful that were provided are feasible. As you pointed out, they're shorter than the rest of the neighborhood, but
At a lower slope though, than the allowable slope?
they're generally flat. They're
Okay.
not even close to the 10% the way
All
it's
right,
proposed.
so that point, go on, Colleen.
Usefulness of the buildable areas relative to size, slope, and drainage.
What drainage is used, Scott?
I mean,
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I'm just trying to
water
get somewhere.
flows downhill.
And where does the water in most of these lots go, backwards?
Yeah.
To the backs of these lots?
I would think it would. So I don't necessarily agree with some of the locations of where the drainage areas are shown, but I think the back of the lots make the most sense. So like the one on lot 2, although that may be a low point in his road, that's kind of a high point in the contours. I believe that goes up there. Where's the zoom in? 514 is yeah. So basically, where that possible drainage area is shown is it's like a knoll. So it'd be a big cut to, to get down to where water would flow to it and then dig it deep enough to hold water, but there's other places like the back a lot to 504, actually that's
But you
higher than
can't
the
get
road
to
too. Yeah.
So Doug, lot 1 through lot 13 are all up against the boundary on the high side of the proposed parcel. Which direction does all the water from, starting with lot 4 through 13, does it flow to the road or away from the road?
So
By the contours?
Most of the development would flow towards the road.
Okay.
We
Well, wait,
climb,
the question
I
was
want
those
to I
lots.
want to do the individual blocks.
Okay.
So from lot 4 to lot 13, by contours, which way is that water running? Is that running towards the road or running towards the neighbors in the back?
towards the road.
Okay, so let's move down to lot 40, 39, 38, 37. The frontage of that road. Do those lots all flow to the neighbors and then give all the neighbors the water behind them, 32, 33, 34, 35? Are they all gonna get, all the water from those lots is gonna flow down towards those lots?
Yes.
Okay.
And so our thought was, for most of that, is that obviously we have a curb drainage roadway system. The two cul-de-sacs, we have two basins on the downhill sides of those, like Scott was saying, which in all likeliness on a development like this, that could probably handle all of the flow, those two. Because what you're gonna do is you're gonna direct that and you're gonna bring that closed drainage system down so that you have the elevation to get out. And what I mean by that is this one here, Mr. Chair, is, so all of this road is coming down, all of the upper part of that road is also coming down, so we could carry that water down to this area and put it on lot 21.
Where you have possible drainage area?
Correct.
That would be your entire outfall for your entire drainage system in that one spot?
Well, for road D, for this road, yes.
Okay.
And then you have, on the other side, we have another section.
I see it on lot 29 also.
Yes, lot 29, so all of that section, but what we would typically do is, if we get desirable soils here, we would carry this portion of the road down this and then down and continue that through. Because, when you have a large area that you can utilize, that's downhill, that's typically where you bring it to.
Well, my question doesn't relate to where the water is going to go in the road. My question relates to where's the water from lots 40, 39, and 38? Are you going to send all the water to the people below? Which nobody wants to buy a lot if you're going to get all the water from the guy above them.
Correct, yeah, no, and so what we would do is, the wooded areas, a lot of those lots would be, in theory, wooded in between them in the backyards. But what we would do is we would design the lots 34, 33, 32, 31 to have conveyance in their yards to bring things back and around when you design those lots to bring that forward. Because, you can't.
You can design it, but somebody's got to pay to put it in for feasibility.
That's the issue.
Excuse me?
I'm talking to myself.
Good. So
Though
when
I have another question.
When you talk about designing it, people have to build it then. Whoever buys those lots has to spend money to build it. If you were going to build it for them and give it to them as part of a project, I'd say fine. But I'm just trying to determine where the water's going and how it's going to affect the lots you've shown.
Yeah, well, I think you have, let's be clear. When we talk about the water going down somebody's yard, we're not talking about any of the impervious roadway, that's all being collected. So we're talking about, the back of certain roofs. The front yards would drain towards the road. So you have the backyards of people going into the woods, and if it's not infiltrating into the ground, then it would go, I guess technically, through those other remaining yards. But that's very standard. For any type of residential development, you're gonna see those type of things. And then if we were to be designing this through with HydroCAD and everything, we would make sure that there were no supplemental flows that were going to be concentrated as you came down through. Because then there are other options. There's roof recharge that, we do for lots. Sometimes we do a small little roof recharge pipe for every roof if necessary. I've done that on projects. I'm not saying it would be necessary here, but it's an option.
Barbara?
Okay,
and I just need my brain reactivated as to what we would normally do, but if you're coming in off of Acorn Drive, and I believe that road is referred to as A as far as the plan goes, it looks to me like we are in the wetland setback in that road. And then so I need somebody to refresh my recollection as to what we would be doing with that. And then if I head down Road B and then take a loop onto Road C.
Wetland setback.
Wetland setback again, and there's one if you continue down on B. So what would we be doing for this application if it came in as far as the wetlands? Because I know conservation would be very happy about it.
Well, the one with the cul-de-sac, the outer 50 is there, so they could apply for relief from that if they asked for it. The other one, they have to cross both the inner and the outer and the wetlands to get across it. So it's a full-scale wetlands crossing.
And down on B, it's a full-scale wetlands crossing too. So the feasibility of this just got dramatically more expensive.
Well, we interrupted Colleen and her
Yeah,
listening.
well, that gets to the next point, that the desirability of the proposed wetland crossings. And I think that I'd want to hear from the Conservation Commission. I take issue with desirability of wetland crossings. I think that, no wetland crossing is desirable. I think necessary, and I can understand the applicant having the right to, access the lot, so I get that. But I think that the additional buffer impact of, the cul-de-sac or that, the area there around lot 28, that, I don't know that the desirability of those buffer impacts, so.
Okay. Any more points there to discuss?
Yeah, estimated amount of cut and fill and the resulting character of the proposed lots and their compatibility with the immediate neighborhood. So I think we've spoken to that a little bit. I think individually, I'd like to see an estimate on what's the total, what are you anticipating for cut and fill overall on the site, like a rough order of magnitude here to know if everything's balancing out on site or if you're bringing in off-site material or taking anything off. Would be helpful to know, to give some input. Engineering practically, I think should be practicability, but, and engineering, so we've heard about whether it's practicable engineering-wise, but then the financial feasibility. And I don't think we've heard, and I think you maybe said it off the cuff, Doug, and I wouldn't, you said, astronomical cost of road construction, like, I'm not gonna hold you to, you said
Just
it, and
in
I think it was
general.
just off the
Yeah.
cuff. Yeah, in general, not this site in particular, but I think that where financial feasibility is something that we should consider, I think we should need to know, really, is this financially feasible to construct this road in order to get 46 lots?
While we're
So-
there, Scott, Doug, what is the total footage of proposed road in the yield plan?
I don't know that number.
Could you get it
off the
to
top of my head.
planning so you can have it, total
So
number?
I guess, yes, I can.
Please.
I guess one question I have is, some of those items are pretty subjective, right? If some guy might want to not have more than 50 grand into a lot, another guy says, hey, I'm selling them for 200 so I can have 100 grand into the lots, I don't care, or whatever. I think, I will say this, and I don't have any experience doing a larger scale open space development in Goffstown, but is this typical that, I thought that what I provided Scott, I thought was far beyond any level of detail I've ever done for a yield plan in any community on any project I've ever done. So I'm just asking, how far do we have to take a yield plan? Because at the end of the day, I fully understand that we're gonna be vetting out, this layout, but this layout is pretty clean, as far as uplands and preservation. So, we're really just, we're trying to get to this and start designing this, and the yield plan won't be talked about again once we get past it. So, I guess where I'm wondering is this standard practice where we're going to such level of detail on the yield? Because, there's plenty of stuff that we're gonna talk about on this and feasibility of this, and we're gonna be putting out where our ponds are, but all of that will work very, very well on this while preserving a significant amount. So I guess all I'm saying is that while we're picking the yield plan apart, as we should, the end result, I think, is very feasible. We're allowed to have only 50% open space, we have 75%. So, I mean, I guess where I'm going with this is, if 46 lots in an open space configuration is easily meeting all of your design intent, are we really that far off on the yield plan? And I think, we have to respect the applicant's ability of how far do we have to take the engineering and all of for just the yield plan, let alone everything else. So I'm just asking what the standard.
Well, we haven't
practice is.
asked you to spend one dime more on the yield plan, so to that direct question, how much more is it gonna cost you? We haven't asked you to spend any money. We've asked questions about the yield plan you provided us, and that's what we've asked you. So we're not causing you any more expense than you've already incurred to come here tonight. If I asked you how many lineal feet of road it is, I'm sure you could punch a button on your computer and tell me that it's 4,000 feet of road or 2,500 feet of road. And when we're discussing feasibility, I'd like to know how many lineal feet of road is so I can come up with a determination as what the road's gonna cost you as part of the feasibility of the project. So that's why I asked you for the lineal feet of road. All right, so do you have anything else, Colleen?
No.
All right.
I guess I would just like to know, and I don't know whether you can get an answer out of the fire department or not, how many and where the cisterns would actually go, because that might impact what the frontage or what the lot looks like.
And then, not to be the spoiler here, but this fire department does defer to home sprinklers, and cisterns may not be required. So that's how the fire department operates. We all know that. Subdivisions are not required to have cisterns. They have to have some sort of fire suppression, and if the fire department grants a developer permission to put home sprinklers in, then the cisterns become a moot point. So you don't need that.
I think both Sage Court and Acorn are neighborhoods for cisterns, aren't they?
Yeah, but those are by that was by the prior administration.
It's the neighborhood, and I want to know if we were going to do this incompatible with the neighborhood. I just want to know what it does to the frontage, where they would go, because the slope is all here.
Well, I think that is a good point that the chair brought up, though, because, I mean, when we're talking about a yield plan, what if I ask the applicant, hey, do you ever put sprinklers in your houses? He says, yeah, I do that. And I can guarantee you that a sprinkler, if all the houses are sprinklered, that's the preference by the fire department. I haven't met one that it isn't.
Right.
So,
Okay.
I mean, if I just say, we're gonna sprinkle all the houses on the yield plan, then,
Okay.
We've seen that in practice at this board.
Okay.
Fair?
I just want to touch back on, you were asking about properties. 20 and 21, where's the water gonna flow in that?
20 and 21.
Because that's this part right here, isn't it? On the plan?
Yeah, it's a little.
This little piece right here, that's 2021?
The bottom of
Yeah,
the
oh
last
yeah,
row.
the bottom. Yep, let's see here. So this is 20 and 21. There's actually a bit of a ridge on the back property line right here. This flows this way towards the wetland in this entire property, so it would flow towards the wetland system.
So it would end
Inward
up...
into the property.
So it won't go near these $1 million homes that are right there?
No,
Okay.
it would not. I wasn't aware of $1 million homes there, but.
Oh, yeah, there are, yeah.
Nope.
1.2, 975, and 1.1.
Doug, who's the abutters on the bottom side of this map down here below 20 and 21? You didn't identify them. Do you know who they are? Is that another subdivision? Is that just open land?
No, that's Mr. Stoddard's
That's one of the
property.
Stairs' properties. That's already sold.
He's building
Just
the
wanna know
last
where
one
it
now.
is.
Is that the last one?
He's
That's right
building the
there.
last one now, yeah.
That's the property that was subdivided off of Terrell Hill across from the old fallen down chicken coops?
Bolton's chicken coops, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
The fourth and final one's being
You
constructed.
got the Pierce, the Diesels,
Okay.
It's these diesels, and I don't know who the new people are.
So what do you want to do with this application for this conceptual review tonight, board members?
I think we've given input, and I think that's our only role tonight is to, we've given some input and some thoughts and comments on the conceptual yield plan in front of us. I personally just have some concerns on the wetland buffer, and I think the concern is just establishing the number of 46 lots. When this comes back to us to say is 46 the right number of lots on the yield plan, my concerns would be the wetland buffer and financial feasibility, and I would defer to what the board has asked for in the past on financial feasibility. But I think that,
It doesn't rule the roost, but it is a considering
yeah.
element. All right. Other board members? You gonna ask this applicant to come back? Everybody's keeping quiet.
Well, you're gonna have to come back.
Conceptual, yeah, I mean, they'll submit an application.
No, you're gonna come back to discuss whether we accept the yield plan or not. That's what they're here for, to ask for tonight. Do we accept the yield plan as feasible? But we still have some questions, is that what is coming up here?
Well, actually, isn't the yield plan part of the open space application?
Yeah.
Well, normally it is, but Doug wanted to get your feedback prior to coming in because he wanted to make sure when he does his engineering that he doesn't have to do it twice.
Right, but I guess to Tim and Colleen's point, it's not like we take a vote at a conceptual and it's binding on the application. We've been very clear in the past on conceptual reviews that they're an independent review and you can have different members, different plan, the results could be completely different. So I don't know that a vote would be appropriate because we don't do them on
Right.
conceptual reviews.
And there's no public, if part of the determination on the
Right.
yield is the character of this with the abutting neighborhoods, then we need public input
Yeah.
on that to make a determination, so I think
That's
that,
part of the regular
that'll be
application.
part of the regular application, but we can't accept a yield plan or make a determination on a yield plan without that input.
Your regulations do strongly suggest that we come for yield plan determination to the board prior to going forward, like right in your regulations. So, we're here for that, and I think it would be unreasonable, I mean, I understand what you're saying on the non-binding, but, if we truly believe that this is very easily a 46 lot development, and then through whatever turn of events, it's a 20 lot development, that's not something that they would move forward with. So, based on, multiple factors. So I don't think it's unreasonable for us to get a pretty solid straw poll of some sort or something along those lines that we're on the right track. I mean, we put our best foot forward with the engineering that we put into this thus far. I think there were a couple items like, again, financial feasibility of a yield plan, I think that's a tough one. Someone's gonna say that's unrealistic, someone else would say, I could, you know what makes this more feasible? These lots would all be 1.3 million on this. I don't think there'll be that as an open space development, but if you're gonna build more roadway and have larger estate lots, they're gonna be $1.3 million houses, and therefore it's feasible. So, I don't know, I think we're getting a little too far into the weeds personally, but you're the board. So but I do think I would be doing my applicant a disservice if I didn't get direction on this plan, because this is a very large project to engineer,
Then I'll ask you the question, Doug. What do you think the feasibility is to get a wetlands crossing at Acorn Drive? Is that something that DES routinely grants?
Absolutely, and I would say that, it's an existing right-of-way access. We're only impacting a wetland finger, not a large portion of the wetland. It's an isolated drainage finger, not to say it doesn't have value, but it's the only means of access to 160 acres of upland. So yes, 100% that is a feasible connection. And, you know, and obviously, I know this doesn't affect the yield, but the open space development, which is actually what will be built, is protecting significantly the resources that we're getting kind of close to or whatever. We won't have any of those impacts as part of the actual open space design.
So you wouldn't come in Acorn Drive?
We still would with the...
And eliminate Lot 1 and 2 and have the road come up through the uplands and then connect back on and avoid that wetlands area?
Well, the problem is that it's not, we didn't have that alignment for lotting, to be honest with you. It's that we have to extend Acorn's right of way in a straight manner. So we're going that way no matter what. And bending ourselves down in between the other break in the wetlands to minimize impact there, and then getting ourselves to the upland. So I think the bend in the road, which we basically have, and I don't know if you put this together, but the alignment of the standard subdivision and the alignment of the open space subdivision, at least from the entrance through the wetlands, is the same, because we chose the path of least resistance for both layouts.
Okay. I'm just
Those
talking.
would be pretty tight radii too to get around.
I'm just thinking about DES and how amenable they would be to building a road through the middle of the wetlands there.
Well, and I guess if it provides any comfort, Mr. Chair, I would say if I'm telling you I think it's feasible, and as part of the yield plan, it's the same requirement for the open space plan. So if we can't obtain the wetland permit, we can't obtain the development. So it's not a change. So it's not like it's not a hypothetical impact that I'm talking about. It's an impact that's going to happen on this project either way.
Okay. So what is it we disagree with the yield plan at this time, Joanne? Have you been making any notes?
Yes.
What are the questionable points on this yield plan?
Well, so far, you wanted to know the total road frontage of the yield plan,
Yeah,
how many
that's-
cisterns could be needed, where they would go, and there was a concern with the wetland buffer and the financial feasibility.
All right.
And I guess I would just add, on the financial, I really don't feel that that's an argument, because, as I said, you could make this financially feasible by putting in higher value homes to offset the increased cost in the roadway system.
Yeah, you said that, we heard that. So, board, we're either gonna have to continue this, or we're gonna have to have a consensus tonight on the yield plan. That's the two paths we have.
I guess my comment is to Doug, and I'm not a design person, I'm just thinking about the process here if you were coming through with a conventional subdivision. I think that as you took you would get the wetlands crossing to come in for all the reasons you previously pointed out, but as you take the change down the B loop, I think this corner where you've got B and C, I don't see that coming through between the fact you've got a possible drainage area on B right next to the setback. And when you go down C, you're in the setback, and I know you're in the outer, but you're in the inner there. I just don't see that sort of corner making it. And I get that you're trying to get in and around to that area where 30 and 29 are to get a couple of lots, and that but I don't see that happening, and so I see B as sort of being much more feasible coming down, which still gives you would still be able to get one lot out of 29 and 30, but then you would be coming down and probably cutting into 31 to get through, and you would still get 28 and 32. So I just sort of think as to this plan, that you would lose 2 lots coming through there to get the design through between conservation and whatever.
Well, what if I asked you this? If we're that close on the yield, if I were to go full design, final design, and I were able to modify the yield plan in that location to pull the potential buffer impacts that you see on 31, at least to the out of the inner 50 and out of that area, and pull those out a little bit, would the board be more comfortable with the yield? And I don't know if I'm going to lose a lot or not doing that, but I mean, I guess what I'm saying is if I were given that direction, saying, hey,
Well,
I'm fine with
I'm trying to give you something here.
Like if you're good, like if you were good with it, but if I were able to pull that out, you'd be comfortable with
But
the
I mean,
yield.
I still have a problem with C, so I don't know how you keep all these lots and avoid the issue on C and B, especially when you clearly, by preliminary design work, you need some drainage in here somewhere, because you've got all of this sheeting down. I mean, you can tell where it all sheets through that area, that's where the wetlands is. So
Barbara, are you suggesting that Road C be eliminated?
Yes.
And then lots 29, 30, and 43 would go away, or?
Well, I mean, he might reconfigure it with that, and I
And
get
get
that,
one-
and get a driveway in or
And
something
get one
like
lot
that.
out of the 3?
Or 31, he brings B up and 31 goes away and he gets his other lot somewhere else. But I don't see this configuration in the CB group working for these amount of lots. I just don't see how it would happen.
Because Road C is the only way to squeeze past that wetlands.
Right.
To develop that other land.
Right. And so I understand that's why it's there, but I don't see it happening. And I get that they're big lots, and I get that, but I don't see it going through the process with conservation without them having it fit.
I see Road C could nibble into lot 44 and avoid that inner 50. That's minor.
I mean, to me, I think there's value with all that upland on the other side of this, basically just a wetland finger that's coming down. I think there's merit in being able to have a road go through there. I could look at trying to pull that away, like you just said, to get that a little bit further away. But I would think an outer 50 impact is not unreasonable for a roadway access, which, by the way, would be curved and have no direct sheet flow going towards the wetlands.
I don't know that I do think it's feasible when I'm not requiring you to do a full design on it. Because I don't necessarily know that all the drainage, I mean, I get that Scott is okay with the numbers and you did the road, but I don't know that that detail work that you did is the same as it would be for a full plan. So, I mean, I think we're both trying to work with, you don't want to do all the full work, I don't want to ask you, so I'm saying, I don't think for all of this wetlands where it's very clear from the plan, this is where everything is sheeting, that even being in the outer, given our ordinance, we think the outer 50 is important, is reasonable. That's my take on it.
And I would just say that, 3 lots on a yield plan, which again, I'll point to that open space plan, I don't think that's overly dense, but, 3 lots is a big difference on that development.
I mean, I don't know whether it is or not, but I know that there's a lot of wetlands in that section of the site.
I mean, I think we could have done some of the things that you guys were alluding to that other consultants may do or something, like, we're just gonna, because these lots are all bigger than they need to be.
No, they are, they're big lots.
So I mean, I guess what I'm saying is like, I probably could have put 52 lots here and then said, hey, let's lose some, but I just tried to come in with a realistic 46 lots. And,
Okay. No, that's just my
If I
comment.
could just interrupt, the zoning ordinance states, under the wetlands section, that roads or driveways for crossing wetlands and the wetland district, provided that there is no other alternative development plan that will further minimize impacts to the wetlands and the wetland district. And that's under uses permitted in the wetland district.
So there is an alternative plan to building the road in the setback.
If there is
For
no
Road C.
other alternative development
Well, there is,
plan
apparently,
that
because
will
you just
further
moved the road
minimize
up.
the impacts.
Okay. It's 11 o'clock, folks. Let's decide what we're doing here tonight. Dave?
Oh, if I were a voting member tonight, but I would find that the engineer has presented a feasible plan. We've nibbled away at a few edges
Right,
of
that's
his
all.
plan, but not sufficient to find it unfavorable.
If I were a voting member, I would agree with that.
Should we make these gentlemen voting members or?
Just want to start on a positive note.
Appreciate it.
So the two alternates have spoken their piece, so let's hear what the board members have to say.
Well, I mean, is the amount of road important to your determination?
No, it goes to financial feasibility,
Right.
that's all. And if a developer was gonna build a subdivision and get them between 700,000 and 900,000 for the lots, they would spend the money and build the road.
Right.
So we're gonna either have to have a consensus by straw vote to give him some guidance, or we're gonna have to continue this, and continuing it, I don't think we're gonna get any more ground.
We're not
by
gonna
Do a
continuing.
straw man.
The horse has been beaten. Colleen, you're vice chair, what do you say? You think we have room for headway?
I don't know that I know that 46 lots, I've got concerns about the wetland buffer, and if sliding that, if it loses lot 31 or loses part of Road C. But I don't think it's a 20-lot subdivision. I don't know if the yield plan is 43 versus 46, and if that's, you know,
Let me ask you this, Joanne, if the consensus was that 46 is the yield plan's number, does the applicant automatically get 46 lots on the open space plan, or is that subject to discussion?
Well, that's also subject to discussion,
So-
but that's what they
So
start out
even
with, is the
if- So even if
46.
46 lots were agreed to tonight, that does not guarantee the applicant 46 lots on an open space plan.
No, once you have the final layout of the new design, I mean, things could change and you can say, well, I don't think that's a feasible lot. But 46 is the starting number for the.
For a
for the-
conventional plan.
Correct.
It would allow us to make the open space plan at 46, of which we would present to you, and you may say, you know, that lot's too close to this abutter or something, we don't like that one, or whatever. I understand that can happen, we're gonna go through that process, but I just wanna see where I'm gonna start.
Well, I'm going to say that I think that we should do the 46 lots and move forward, and then we can go with the consideration of the next plan, and if we find that the lots need to be reduced, we'll reduce them at that level. Board members need to speak up at this point. It's time to do something or go home or not.
well, I think, again, this is non-binding discussion, and we're giving, and I think everyone should give the applicant you know, the input, but this is still, this is a you know, non-binding. We're giving you advice on, does this appear to comply and meet the regulations or not? So I because there are still people in the audience that understand that this is a discussion with the applicant for them to understand our concerns with if it meets the regs and where it doesn't. So this is not a, yes, 46 is being agreed on. This is a input being given.
Well, and also, I understand that this is a board, and you may have concerns, Colleen, that may not support, but
Yeah,
like, you know, we
everyone
just
else
got,
needs
we
to
got,
give input too.
yeah, exactly. I'd
Absolutely.
like to just hear, like, I just heard from two alternates that said that they were comfortable with 46, and the chair said he was comfortable at 46, at least at this stage. And if we could just do a straw poll, that would be enough, I think, for me and to carry to the applicant and move forward.
I'm not going to conduct a straw poll. I'm going to ask applicants to speak up of their own volition, because they have the right to not speak up.
I mean, I always speak up, but I think you end up losing 43 in trying to deal with, to try to deal with the setback issues. I think you're going to end up losing a lot. I just don't see any other way around it. So that's just
So
my,
I'll look at
so
that,
that's
the
my
direction is I'll
read
look
on
at
it.
that area, for sure.
That's my read on this, is that you've got to go down at least one lot
Okay.
in that area. Because
Talking about
43 is,
between 31 to the left of because of the road.
if you do the wetland setback for the finger coming through 46, 45, 44, and then the wetlands coming up between 29 and 28, what you're left in between there, if you stay out of that buffer, is essentially 43.
Two lots instead of three.
So,
Yeah, because
I just don't see that would ever work on a plan.
The road.
I have some questions about 31 and the drainage, so look at that too. Because I don't see how you avoid the buffer and have that drainage and have a lot with frontage, but maybe you can, I don't know.
So 4 people have spoken. Anybody else want to
I
speak
think
up?
for me, I think my biggest concern is the overall compatibility of the yield plan to the broader neighborhoods and communities. That's my biggest thing, based upon what I'm seeing here.
My thought process is the after fact of the community. What's the impact? You know, schools, fire, I mean, all of that. You know, that's my thought process there, the traffic. Going down that little neighborhood of Sage and Cinnamon and Thyme. You know, Terrell Hill's already a motor speedway cut through with tractor trailers. I mean, I know seeing log haulers going up Grady Hill is crazy, let alone more traffic in that area. That's just my thought process there. You're looking at 46 houses, that's at least 2 drivers each house, that's 92, 92 more cars coming out of that area.
Two unspokens,
Which is their right.
which is their right. Is that how it's going to end?
Well, I did speak up a little bit about 31 with that area with the drainage and the wetlands and drainage area, possible drainage area on One Run. So I think we'll probably lose 2.
Well, I think, I'll just say that I appreciate all the feedback. I think I have the direction I need to move forward with full design, and I'll look at adjusting the yield plan, not necessarily losing lots, but at least adjusting configurations to address those issues. And if it results in losing lots, then that's what will happen. So,
And you'll do a subdivision.
and I'll do a subdivision, and all the items you just mentioned, we're well aware of those. We're gonna have a traffic study and a lot of detail on those items, moving forward, so.
Mark, you didn't say anything, is that your plan?
I'm in favor of losing lot 20, 21, up here at 29. All the water runs downhill, as we've been told. Lose 29 and see what else happens from there, but I'm in favor of losing those 3 lots.
What was the 3 lots, 21, 29? And what else?
21, 20, and 29.
Thank you. You're the only one spoken. Are you going to remain that way? Are you going to remain unspoken?
Oh, I think I've spoken a lot. I think Doug's heard more than he wants to from me.
Well, I mean, on our kind of like final thoughts.
I know where Colleen stands.
Yeah, I mean, stay out of the wetland buffer with the
Yeah.
road and see if you can still make the lots work.
Okay, folks, thank you for all sitting in and listening. When the next meeting is coming up for the application to come and discuss the next stage, you will all be eligible, invited to come and attend. There will be a public hearing, so if you have something,
If they're in abutter, they'll be invited.
you'll be invited as an abutter, but people can, anybody can come to the planning board meeting and speak. You don't have to be an abutter.
We don't know where they live.
You could live on
They're still welcome.
Stinson Road.
Correct.
Notified by mail if you're in a butter?
Yes.
If you're in a butter, you will be notified by mail. You will be notified by registered return receipt mail.
Say that again?
If you are in a butter, the list will be established in the planning office. You will be notified by registered return receipt mail. And if you want to know if you're in a butter, you can contact the planning office and Joanne will provide an abutter list. When the application is submitted to the office, she will make up the abutter list and send out the notifications. Doug?
Just one clarification. Would the board be okay with me submitting a 2-lot subdivision to break and then doing it concurrently? Is that okay? Or do you want me to come just to do that part?
Well, I think I don't see any reason, unless it's going to be a big deal, you could do an application for this 2-lot subdivision first.
And then bring the other with it.
To break it off.
Yeah.
And then move forward.
Well, I
from
mean,
there.
I think Doug's point is, does the client have to have him come twice, or can he do it as part of the overall subdivision?
Correct.
The open
Correct.
space.
We
plan.
saw a man do 2 applications tonight here already, so he already set the precedent.
I think it needs to be 2 separate plans. Like
Right, no, there'll be 2
Yeah.
But it can
separate
be on the same
applications.
night.
but
Same-
you
same
can-
night,
Okay.
You
yeah.
can submit
A
it
separate
together.
submitted subdivision?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, folks.
So we have one more item.
Yep, we're not done yet, so all you folks are here, please take your conversation out into the parking lot because we'll be able to hear everything you're saying in the hallway and we still have more business to conduct. Thank you. Joanne?
We have a memo from the tax collector,
Yeah?
and it's regarding property to be deeded to the town for non-payment of the 2021 taxes. So she just wants to know if you have any comment on this. And we don't meet again until the 22nd, and that's when her deadline for commenting. So if you could
I can't remember if we've ever commented on that.
take a look. Usually
Yeah,
it's for a parcel that the town may want to use for
That's
something.
desirable.
Most of these seem to be for people's homes.
There's, other departments may have possible use of an abutter's property. If it's going to be tax deeded, we would certainly recommend to the select board.
For public use.
Public use is
Bill?
feasible. We are also eyes and ears of what goes on in all these properties as we occasionally drive by. If there's a liability concerned with a property, we would want the select board to know about that.
Phil, go ahead, please.
Oh, well, the last point that he made was, it's
you said eyes and ears, if there's anybody has any knowledge of anything of that property as far as possible contamination, which is the big thing. The town needs to know that prior to it. Most of these properties, what happens with them though, is as we get closer towards the end of the year, they get paid off. A lot of people come in within the last 24 hours and pay it off.
What is the, don't they have a certain amount of time that they can come back and reclaim it, though?
Yeah, but that's a whole different
Well,
thing.
that's a fact, though.
Yes.
Sure.
It's,
You don't get deed to the property
that's a
that day.
process way down the road.
They have,
The actual deeding is.
they have some kind of
down
grace
the
period.
road,
They have
yeah.
some kind of a grace period, which they can come back and pay, later and receive their property.
It just, this
Motion
list,
to adjourn.
we're
I got to
not
write that
making any
down.
comment, but this
I'm trying to
list
get out.
last year was like 20.
Yeah, this is much shorter
So
than it
smaller
normally
list,
is.
yeah.
All right. Everybody have fun tonight? It's 20 after 11. This is the
Aye.
longest meeting I've ever presided over.
Ever?
We haven't gone this long for a planning board
We haven't
meeting
had
in
a
a
planning board
long
meeting this
time.
late in a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for running a tight meeting.
Well, we'd be here longer if I wasn't pushing it. We'd be here till midnight.
We used to have a rule, well, there is a rule that we
Yeah, 11
adjourn, we
o'clock.
actually went over it.
Bill made a motion to adjourn. Did somebody second it?
Yes, Richard.
Who did?
Richard did.
Richard. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
There, the Patriots win or lose?
Patriots won 17-3.
Well, ain't that the best news of the night?
Is that what he was getting score alerts on his